Right, good morning, afternoon, evening, good night, whatever it is. Yeah, I hope it's good. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe with Dago and Mama Bear. We are jumping back into part two of the Darlie Routier case that we were looking at the other day. We're going to finish that up and have some other stuff possibly to take a look at. I hope you are all here for it. Thank you so much for joining us. Please make sure to hit that like button on your way in the door. And Mama Bear's link is pinned up there in the chat. As always, do the same for her if you will, please. And thank ya. And share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. That being said, you know how this goes. So here we go. Hello, governors, and welcome back. Happy Saturday, everybody. I hope you're all having a great day because I am happy to be here with you all. It's making my day great. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable, grab your cup of joe because this is an extended version of Coffee in a Cold case for part two of the Darlie Routier case. Happy Saturday, everybody. I hope you're all kicking your weekend off in a good way. And I'm grateful that you're here with me for part of it. Love the black eye. See that? It got even better, didn't it? Nah, no makeup today, folks. It's the real deal. You like it or you don't. So bees it. So bees it. Don't rub your eyes like an insane person and you'll be okay. Damn allergies. So it is going to snow there. I heard we're supposed to be getting horrible storms too, so I don't know. Anyway, welcome back on in. Mama Bear should be back here with me in a moment, doing her technical side of things. I'm going to ask everybody here quick favor. I'm not going to go into details, but a very, very important part of our team. I'm going to, Miss Wisdom, I'm going to ask if everybody will keep her in your prayers and thoughts, if you will, please. She's just not feeling well right now. So please and thank you if you would do that. I would greatly appreciate that. So thank you so much. Let's see who we got with us so far. Mikey's in the house the last 24. Miss Alicia JJJ. The Seahawks fan, Miss Tandy's in the house, and no work for her today. No school. Miss Stormy, welcome back. Good to see you. And thank you for being here. Miss Cassie, the sassy one, welcome back to you. Good to see you, Cass. Allison White, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Tater's in the house. Taylor was stitching, bitching, and more. Lacey Perry, welcome back. Great to see you. As always, the Tomboy Charm is in the house. Welcome back, Tomboy. Let's see here. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama, welcome back to you. I love your name. I want to get a t-shirt that says that. It just says that, and then it says with a picture of somebody. I love that. Ms. Val's in the house. Hope Floats, welcome back. Great to see you. Always a pleasure. Who else do we be having in here today? Let me see here. And Miss Lacey, welcome back to you. Good to see you guys. Please make sure to hit the like button. Please make sure to share it out. And please make sure to keep being so awesome because every one of you are. Summer Thunder in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Yeah, prayers going out to Miss Wisdom. We love you, Wisdom, and I hope you feel better soon, dear. Like I said, always in my thoughts and prayers. Michael, Mikey, hey, Poppy. What's going on, brother? Good to see you today. He said, hello, Dago. Mikey never says hello like that. Is that really you? Come on down, everybody, please, and thank you. What did he say? However, I'm having a moment. Okay, you're having a moment. I got you. Mark Schumann, welcome back, my brother. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I'm off. You're off work? Are you all right? This dude works too much and too hard. You got me confused now, bro. I don't know what I don't even know what we're talking about now. How pretty is that, y'all? Yeah, aging sucks. My allergies were bugging the shit out of me yesterday, early morning, and I rubbed my eye probably 3 times, and it did that to me. Be careful. Mentally off. Oh, well, that's all good, Mike. We all are. I get it. I am too. Miss Jody Walter, it's been a couple days. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you, dear. We got our teachers in the house enjoying their weekend, not having to work with all them crazy little kids out there. Appreciate that much. Appreciate having you here. Yes, Brandy. Everybody knows that she would have never done that, but she even said that. She was like, they're going to think I knocked you out. And I was like, yeah, I doubt it. It's all good. It's all good, Mikey. Dago, don't poke at your eye. Oh, yeah, I'm learning some, but I'm not accepting that I'm getting older. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, my allergies, we opened up the house yesterday morning very early because it was like 65 early on. We did spring cleaning yesterday, all that stuff, and all that funky stuff come flying in them windows, and my eyes started itching and going crazy, and I got sinuses. And I went like this a few times, and I'll be damned if it didn't do all that. So, craziness, folks. Let's see. J Lynn 71. It is a warm day in Ohio. We got another Ohio peeps in here. Love it, love it. Hello, neighbor, and welcome. Great to have you here today. Obviously, we didn't pay her enough because it's not that dark. Get out of here, tomboy, crazy ass. Anyway, and everybody else, for all you guys, again, I apologize. I didn't cover it yesterday because I really wanted to get those other 2 cases out in a bad way. So we did, and we're back to part 2 of Darlie Routier today to finish that one up. We got some other stuff floating around back behind it too. You may get 3 shows out of me today, folks. I got some other stuff this afternoon I may do right after this that I wanted to kind of put together with what I did last night. And oops, is that the bear?
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I am okay. We got to make her laugh today. She's having a funky day, folks. She's just not with it today, I think. It's a weekend. She had a busy week. She's probably tired. Let's make her laugh and like bounce her spirits up a little bit more. Is everything working okay in the background for you to be able to set that up, Mom? Mama Bear?
Should be good.
Okay. Did you sleep okay?
Yeah.
Okay. We just need to keep you awake, that's all.
Yeah.
Maybe you need it. Do you nap? Do you ever nap during the day?
Not really. I would like to, but I usually don't. Because either I can't get my brain to shut off to do anything.
Hold on, I'll have to go deal with my Johnny Gobbles. Yeah, my son. I'll be right back.
What? Hi, guys. say I don't nap. I just don't every day.
What?
Usually it's through the week. Like I'll get up at 6:30 or 7 to start getting the kids up. And then once they're up and eating breakfast and they're online and in class, then I'll probably go lay back down for like an hour and get up at like 9.
Oh, it's not really a nap. It's just finishing your sleep pattern, maybe. Okay.
Yeah. I didn't get up till 9 today, so.
Oh, I got you beat on that one. I didn't get up till 11:30.
Well, Mr., you were up till like 1:30 online?
Yeah, and then I went in the living room and sat down on the love seat. I was watching 911. My living room got moved around, so that screwed me up. I was completely backwards. I woke up. I dozed off as I always do as soon as I sat down on the love seat watching TV. I'm trying to get through the rest of that 911 series because I got about all of it now, and it's the one that Angela Bassett plays the police officer in. I think I'm on the last season finally. Yeah. I got through Lone Star. That's done. Now I'm working on the other one to get through, and I got some other things that some peeps in here told me about that I'll be working on those too. But anyway, I was watching that.
Lone Star they canceled?
That's the one that has Rob Lowe in it. They canceled it?
I think so. I'm pissed.
Really? Because no wonder there's nothing else. That pisses me off too, because I like that one better than the normal one.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'd have to look it up again, but
why do they do that kind of shit where they cancel the good shows and keep the stupid ones on?
Great.
That's irritating.
Because I was wondering why I haven't seen any episodes for a while.
Yeah. CLK in the house. Miss Kim, thank you for joining us. Miss Justice Jane, welcome back. Lone Star was awesome. Yep, that's what Tomboy said. That's 911. See, I like the Lone Star show better than the original. What I really would like to get is maybe another 3 seasons of Fire Country. I love that show.
Yeah, that's good too.
It was great. I'm running out of fireman shows to watch. I can't live vicariously through my TV anymore. I mean, I loved it, you guys, because it's like, oh, I remember doing that, and I did that, and this is real, and that's fake, and that's fake, and that's fake, and that's real, and what am I going to watch when they're all done? We need to come out with another. I don't like Chicago Fire. I can't get into that one.
No, I like that one.
I can't. Maybe I didn't give it a chance. When I run out of everything, I'll probably be in Chicago Fire. So, yeah, that's one of the best movies ever made, my friend. As much of it is fake, but it's still a good movie. The backdraft is real. A lot of the stuff they did in it's real, but
I watch all the Chicago shows.
Oh,
you watched Found yet?
Watched what?
Found.
Oh boy. No, I don't think it. Hold on, let me check. Kaden, have I watched Found?
No, but I've been wanting you to watch it.
Okay, nope, I didn't. Oh goodness. Okay, I wrote that down. So did Mama Bear.
Yeah, there's 5 of them I watch. Chicago Fire, Chicago Med, Chicago PD, Found. Oh, Law and Order SVU.
Yeah, I haven't. I've been thinking about going back to Law and Order. I haven't watched it a lot since Elliot left, but
I just watched the SVU. There's too many other ones. I'm just like, I'll just stick to this one.
we used to watch SVU, Criminal Intent, the original, like plain old Law and Order, and then there was a third one I think we started watching that I didn't like. All right, guys, I'll be back in one quick second. I have to grab something and be right with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I watched some of the one with Elliot in it, but then I haven't seen any more since then. Hello, Peggy. Good to see you, hon. Yes, I love Blue Bloods. I'm sad it's over. Yep, I watched Blue Bloods from the beginning to the end. Yeah, I'm with you, Alicia. Chicago is not my cup of tea either.
All right, sorry about that. My mother loves Blue Bloods.
Yep. I'm sad it's over. Was the one with Elliot, his own show thing, wasn't it? Organized crime, Law and Order, organized crime, something like that.
What'd you just say again? Organized crime? What?
Law and Order, organized crime, wasn't that the one that Elliot was his own show?
I didn't even know about that. Never heard of that. Really? When did that come around?
Yeah, Kim said something like that. I don't know, a year or two ago. I haven't seen anything from it for a while, so I don't know if he's still doing
It
it or what.
probably got canceled because he's not.
Probably because it was really good.
Really? Yeah. Anything good gets canceled.
Hi, Peachy.
Peaky.
Kim said it was a spinoff from Law and Order.
Awesome. I'll have to go look through my old stuff and see if I can find it. I'll tell you one I really miss in a bad way is In the Heat of the Night. I really, really loved that show.
And I never got into that.
It was about the guy who killed his wife, I believe.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Wow. By the way, guys, can we drop Miss Kim CLK's link, please? And thank you. I really want you guys to go check out what Miss Kim's doing over on her channel, guys. She really makes some really cool stuff. The holidays are coming. Easter is around the corner, which you're about to see my house decorated in Easter. Yay. I'm not a big fan of Easter. Thank you, Elisa. There it is. I see it now. Thank you. Go check out Miss Kim's channel, guys. CLK Creations. She does some really cool stuff. I just watched her the other day, making me laugh. She was laughing. It's funny. You want to hear a cool story? Miss Allison said Caprese from Law and Order was sitting next to me at Oh, really? That's cool.
That was cool.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the SVU. That's my favorite show because Ice-T's on it, and well, Liv, of course.
I was gonna say he put the hats for what's her face.
Yeah, Mariska, whatever her name is. I always had a little thing for her. Josie and the Pussycats. Josie Joes. Good to see you, Josie. And we appreciate you, Miss Kim. We appreciate. Make sure, Miss Kim. Yeah, Hargitay. Thank you. I was trying to think how the hell to say her last name. Awesome. Awesome, you guys. This is why you guys are the Blue Crew. They finish words for me and sentences for me. Do you know who her mother was? I heard that her mother was somebody famous, and I don't know, like, right out of the gate who it is. Enlighten us, Miss Kim, please, and thank you. Make sure you tell any of your peeps over there that check out your amazing crafty stuff that if there's any of their true crime fans to come on in here with us, Miss Kim. We appreciate that. Olivia, yes. Jane Mansfield was her mother. Really? That explains a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That explains a whole lot. I'm wondering who her dad was then with that last name. Her first name was always weird too. Mickey Hargitay.
Father is Mickey Hargitay.
There's the answer. Jesus, once again, in my head. I'm curious. Him, I don't know. He was a bodybuilder. Okay. Oh yeah, here they are. Whoa. She does look like her mom. I'll be damned. She really does. Check this out, you guys. I never realized. I've seen Jane Mansfield. Hold on, I'm gonna show you a real quick video piece that has them in it. The Merv Griffin show. Who remembers Merv Griffin? How about that? Mm-hmm. Get to the point here. There's baby Mariska. If you look at Jane Mansfield's face, you can see some of her in there. Never ever thought of that before. Mainly because I didn't know who her mother was until there she is right there. She's cute. Looks the same. They brought their dogs and everything. If you look, I can see it's the eyes and the cheekbones, I think. She definitely resembles her.
Right, Mikey?
What the heck? You just still warmed up from trip. You guys do a trip. Moonlighting, yeah. Sybil Shepherd and Bruce Willis. That was a great one. Where was Trivia at this morning, Mike? Yeah, she was.
My brain's not working.
Stormy?
Yeah.
I didn't get invited.
Uh,
Walt, have I?
the girl that Stormy mods for.
Oh, Southern Girl True Crime?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I'm not Josie, but we're going to start our trivia over here too, guys. Again, I'm going to make it a regular thing too. I'm excited for it. I love trivia. It's always fun. I found Mariska Hargitay in a couple really, really cheesy 80s movies. And she played such, and I mean such a dingbat in it. It was so, like, I was embarrassed for her. But everybody starts somewhere, you know?
Yep.
Sarge is probably sleeping or, oh no, it's 1:53. He's probably eating steak right now.
Yeah.
So everybody knows, guys. We were covering on Wednesday the Darlie Routier case. Was our cold case for the day. It's a pretty big one, and again, it's a little different than what we normally cover for Coffee and a Cold Case. She's sitting in prison on death row for what happened. A lot of people think Darlie's innocent. A lot of people think she's absolutely guilty. The reason I brought it out is I wanted everybody else out here to kind of say, hey, what you think? Miss JC's in the house. Good morning, afternoon. Good to see you, dear. And it's a cold case, of course. So that's why we're looking at it. Yes, Sandra D was absolutely gorgeous too, Allison. I agree. And of course, Marilyn, don't forget her. And there's a lot to that case, you guys. So we had to break it into two parts today. We're going to be running through the rest of it, the interviews and stuff we didn't get to see with her sister and her and her husband, Darren, and things like that. So Siggy and Mike, it's been a while. Wonderful to see you. Hope all is well. Thank you for joining us today. We got 41 peeps in the house, you guys. 24 likes. Let's see if we can get that a little closer. Josie says, you guys see the Karen Reed, the defense hired one of the last jurors. That is crazy. Can you even do that? Is that legal? You did the flying nun. Miss Allison, you're throwing out some good stuff today, Miss Allison. Are you allowed to? The defense hired one of the jurors from the Karen Reed case. Are you allowed to do that? Is it legal? I mean, it obviously is. They wouldn't do it, but it's great to have you here, Siggy. Hope you're all good. She's an attorney? Ah, I got you. Okay, so the juror, but does the juror thing void? She was an alternate, so that's probably how. Okay. Captain Jenks, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today, sir. I didn't get to see you earlier. I guess it's legal, or she wouldn't have done it, or they wouldn't have done it, right? And thank you guys for joining me last night for my going off session. When I read the first of a couple of the Cyray affidavits, I was in a mood last night, Bear.
In a bad mood?
Oh yeah, it threw me into one. I started yelling and everything.
Oh.
It was. I went off. I was done. After reading that affidavit, if you'd have been here, you'd have understood.
Yeah. I went off because Ashley Banfield and Coffin Gagger had a thing, and I watched it, and I was like, "Are you freaking kidding me? You two are stupid."
Oh, well, we know that.
And I went into tirade, and Lorelai's like, "What are you going off about?" It's like, "You should have stayed out there," because then I unloaded on her.
Yeah, those two are like, probably. I can't. It was about Idaho.
Yeah.
Oh God, I'm glad I didn't watch it then, because I probably would have went nuts. Those two are probably best friends.
Probably. It was just ridiculous.
It's about what the jurors would understand. That's why they brought her on board. You're talking about the Karen Reed thing. Gotcha. Yeah, I can't handle Coppengagger. And I started to follow her a little bit in Gabby's case, and that's where she ruined it for herself with me, and I was done. I was following her on Twitter. I was blocked immediately, and we have not been friends since. Just saying. She don't like me. But that's okay. She doesn't have to. I'll survive.
I don't think she likes anybody.
She's got a few friends. Well, I guess that's what she calls them. I can't handle her.
They were talking about this 6-minute mile.
Right.
Ashley was like basically making it sound like that was impossible. So she asked Coffengagger about it, and she's like, "Well, in the FBI, to be in the top, you have to be able to run a 12-minute 2-mile. I'm like, "That's a 6-minute mile, stupid."
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't typically go at people, but they're both just not.
I don't either, but
yeah, Jody, it really does. It really kills me that Jen doesn't like me. I don't know how I don't know how I get through my daily life knowing that she doesn't. You're right. You got me, Jody. Yeah. She's a mess, guys. I don't know. When I realized, or when we found out that she worked for the FBI, and I'm looking at her and thinking, like, what did you do for them? Like, how? Whoa, that scared me. Just being honest, she was not. Good afternoon, Moonlight. Good to see you. Miss Danny's in the house. Hope you're having a wonderful day as well.
Oh,
Cockengagger was a cow agent. Looked into the. She probably didn't do that right either. I'm sorry. I do not like. Listen, when she reported on the they did a segment with her on the Delphi case. Okay. Now, like I said, she burnt me with the Abby's case. She burnt me with Kylie Rodney's case. She burnt me with Summer Wells. She came in on they consulted her for something on the did an interview with her for the Delphi case, and they were talking about the Odinism stuff. Okay. The woman very clearly and very calmly, like it was nothing, said, "Well, I believe," in her irritating ass voice, "that the sticks that they found placed on the girls and the way that they did." She was like, "Well, I'm pretty sure those fell out of the tree and landed that way."
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
You remember the day she said that? Now, how I went off?
Yep.
Like, are you serious?
Yep.
If I could have crawled through my computer, I was like, "What did you just say?" And you worked for who? The FBI. She's got it backwards. It was the IBF that she worked for. And I'm telling you right now, you don't even want to know what that stands for. There's our other teacher, Miss CZ. Hope you're enjoying your day off. Welcome. Yeah, she's a mess. For just a mess. And she's an absolute guilter. I'm really curious to see how she handles these new documents and these affidavits and everything that have been released. I'd love to hear her stupidity on those. She was FBI front desk like DMB. She exactly, Josie. Exactly. I just can't with her. I'm sorry. And Ashley, y'all.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not even gonna go there. Put those two together, it's like, okay, we got one marble in a glass jar. Let's roll it around and see what makes the most noise. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's
She said
crazy.
they were talking about his dog, and I can't even remember which one it was. Said something about him
Gotcha.
running, and it wasn't in a straight line. It was zigzag in preparation for his. And I was like, stop. Just stop.
Oh boy, I'm glad we weren't watching that together. I'm so glad. That would have been bad. So bad. My God, what a mess. Some of these people, I swear, you guys, they're just, good Lord. Oh, I see it now. Disturbing new evidence. Ashley Banfield and drop dead. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. All right, let's see here, guys. Let's get some stuff rolling here. 1 minute. I think we'd probably get better information out of watching Bugs Bunny than those two together.
Seriously. Hi, Under and Over It.
Welcome back, Under and Over It. I'm grateful to see all these new faces popping in here too. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We have a lot of new members. We have hit and broke 10,000 subscribers again organically. We're at like 10,011 or 12 now and growing. Yes, guys, you guys have really, really, really made a difference in here, and I really appreciate each and every single one of you for that. Okay. And let me throw this up again for you guys. Start off here, and then we'll move into the other stuff. For those of you that don't know who Darlie is, Ashley and her breadcrumbs. I know. Yeah. Good point, Allison. I know. Thank you, Mikey. All right, here we go.
It was a gathering of grief-stricken parents and their children trying to cope with the brutal murders of little Devin and Damon Routier. Their brothers were stabbed to death just over a week ago. Now their playmates are forced to try to understand why.
We had them draw where the hurt was inside their body, and a lot of them drew their heart hurt real bad, and their head hurt from thinking about it, and their knees hurt because they felt weak.
Happy birthday, dear Devin. Happy birthday to you.
Love you, Devin and Damon.
Pain was not the focus Friday as family members celebrated at Graveside what would have been Devin's 7th birthday.
They're up in heaven, and they're up there having the biggest birthday party that we could ever imagine.
Darlie Routier, who suffered stab wounds in the attack, says she won't rest until her boy's killer is caught.
We don't know whether we're coming or going, you know? And he's free. He's free to do whatever he wants. But I know that he's not going to be free for long, and I feel it.
Meantime, the quiet town of Rowlett is also seeking closure in the violent murders of these two young lives. This community is still trying to restore its neighborhood to some sense of normalcy. But without a suspect in custody, most feel their lives are anything but normal.
The community does not have a lot of answers at this point. They have more questions than they do answers.
That's a reality that for now, everyone will have to live with. Shelley Johnson, Texas News 5.
Oh, that's Darlie. I still don't know. Sorry, guys. I still don't know exactly truly what to think with this. I have my thoughts. Where are you going? Trying to sneak out already. Don't be talking about Philly steak subs without me. That is just unfair. Do not tell me about it, Cassie. I don't truly know what to think here with her. I'm torn, to be honest with you. I see things that make me think, well, yeah, okay, I could see it. I also see things that make me go, no. And I'll be honest with you, like her husband, Darren, he's more interesting in it than she is to me. And I was just like, oh, I don't know. And I'm still, like I said, I'm still torn on it. I don't know. Yeah, she was very about herself, her appearance, as was her husband. Just very flaky and, vague, or not vague, but what's that word, Mama Bear? Vain. Hey, Miss Paula. Good to see you today. Well, so wonderful to see you in here. I hope you're doing okay. Mike is immune. I don't know what you guys are even talking about over here. Sorry, I lost it. You're getting steakums on a yeah, right, exactly, Josie. Let's see. If you're gonna do that, Cassie, go to Mr. Hero. They make pretty good, unless you're going to get some real deal ones that are like the real thing. Those, yeah, those are the stuff. But you still here, Bear?
Yes,
Okay, you got super quiet. I'm like, what did I lose it? Okay,
I was listening.
one moment here.
Hey, Paula.
It's so good to see her back in here.
What do you mean I haven't given you your special powers?
Who?
Alicia, are you not a mod over here?
She wants special powers. She wants to be able to get Cassie when Cassie puts things in, because Cassie can do it, but she can't. We'll fix it all, Alicia. No worries.
Oh.
Yeah, they've been going at each other a couple days back and forth. It's fine. SRB was in it too, but she must be being lazy today and sleeping. You know how she is.
Yeah, it's the weekend.
Yes, she gets to relax. All right, one moment here, guys. I'm going to give you another more recent updated news break on this, and then I'm going to jump to some interview stuff here. One moment. Miss Raquel, good afternoon. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi, Stormy.
Years since Darlie.
What's the matter?
I said hi, Stormy.
I thought, didn't I say hi to her already? I thought she was in here already.
You might have.
Oh,
I
hello.
don't know. I did.
Hello. Is she on your side?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Derp. Sorry. Guys, please make sure to pop on over to Mama Bear's side of things. It's pinned in the top of the chat. Her link is. And hit the like button over there, please. And thank you. I appreciate that so very much. All right.
Darlie Routier called 911 claiming it's been nearly 30 years since Darlie Routier called 911 claiming someone stabbed her sons. But detectives say the young mother staged it and she's still sitting on death row right now. Senior crime and justice reporter Rebecca Lopez cracks open her notebook to take a second look.
These are the stories that keep me up at night. The missing, the murdered, the mysteries that have gone unsolved in our own backyards. I've covered crime in North
Welcome, Sunshine. Good to see you today.
Texas for more than 25 years. And now I'm opening up my reporter's notebook to you, revisiting cold cases and crimes that made headlines. The case of Darlie Routier is probably one of the most talked about cases in DFW history because it happened in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Rowlett. Two little boys were brutally stabbed to death, and their killer was their own mother. This all started in June of 1996, and there was a 911 call. That call was made by Darlie Routier.
Oh my God, my babies are dying. Somebody keep me alone. I'm sleeping. Me and my little boys are sleeping downstairs. Amen. Stand my babies. Stand me. I woke up. My babies are dying. They're dead. Oh my God.
The 911 tape is really hard to listen to because it is the mother describing the stabbing deaths of her two little boys, 6-year-old Devin and 5-year-old Damon. Darlie Routier says that an intruder came in and stabbed the boys and then slashed her throat. Toby Shook is one of the prosecutors who helped in this case.
The children were attacked first with no reason. According to her, she woke up with a man on top of her. And the stab wounds were so inconsistent, the children were impaled, basically. Knives went all the way through, whereas hers was a superficial one across the neck.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Police questioned her story. She says an intruder came into the home and attacked them for no reason.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Why would they do this?
She claimed that she was awakened by a man and that he then tried to stab her, that he had sliced her throat and that she just couldn't remember his face. He was right over her face, but she had amnesia when it came to what his face looked like.
Police say nothing was taken from the home, and they believe that that crime scene was staged.
There was all types of watches, rings placed out in the kitchen on the counter that this supposed killer missed. If it was supposed to be burglary, nothing was taken.
Not only that, police say that the murder weapon was found at the scene and it had her fingerprints on it.
They left the knife laying it on. There's a knife. Don't touch anything. I already touched it. Picked it up.
What was clear was the evidence. Circumstantially, at trial, we called 38 witnesses, methodically put on the crime scene, fake crime scene, how it was tampered with.
Darlie was charged with capital murder days after this attack.
This arrest is the result of the most intensive and exhaustive investigation ever conducted by the Rowlett Police Department.
Welcome, Linda.
We believe that the white male suspect described by Darlie Routier as the man that attacked her and murdered her children never existed. We also believe that the wounds present on Darlie Routier were self-inflicted.
Her husband, Darren, was upstairs with their newborn baby. Darlie has maintained from the beginning that her husband had nothing to do with the deaths of these two boys.
One of the first few questions I asked her, did your husband murder these children? She said, absolutely not.
Darlie Routier took the stand, and she really showed no emotion.
Very true,
And prosecutors say she was actually more concerned about the fact she hadn't had her hair done before the trial started. What kind of woman kills her children? and stabs him in the middle of the night like that. Who does that?
Well, someone that's deeply reserved, that self-centered, that doesn't have a conscience.
Darlie was sentenced to death. Her husband stuck with her throughout the trial, but now they're divorced. Darlie and her family have filed multiple appeals saying that she's innocent.
Darlie, will you ever admit to having killed the boys?
I'm innocent. I thought that it was important for people to hear me actually tell them that I did not murder my children.
Welcome, Christy.
I remember the overwhelming feelings all at one time, scared and angry, still feeling like it can't be real. I cannot actually believe they're doing this to me when I didn't do this. I did not kill Devin and Damon.
The family says that there's DNA that will clear her, but prosecutors say they tested over 100 samples of DNA and they only came back to Darlie and the two boys.
There's DNA testing going on right now. I don't know what DNA testing is going to move the needle one way or the other.
Darlie sits on death row awaiting execution, and she declined our request for an interview.
All right. So, hold on here. Do you have any thoughts on this case at all, Mama Bear? Did you ever follow it or know about it?
I don't think so. Because none of
Gotcha.
it sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's a wild one. That's for damn sure.
Sounds like it.
All right. We're going to go with this first. Hold on here. One moment. All right, so this is the interview with Darren, her husband. This was in 98. Belinda F3 had this and put the footage out. So thank you for that. We're going to be reviewing that through here. And I just want to show basically where we're at this point of the interviews with her sister, both of them, him, and so on and so forth to get some ideas out of that, guys. So here we go. Oh yeah, Kenny covered this big time, Allison. Guys, please make sure to check out Mikey's channel, The Last 24. Please and thank you. I appreciate that very much. All right, hang on.
Allison asked if he was the bio dad.
Darren, yeah, yes. From everything I know, yeah. That would be interesting if it wasn't, but yeah, from my understanding, definitely.
Alicia and Paula said yes.
Oh, 1 minute. Sorry. God, this thing, I hate, for whatever reason in the mornings, I hate when it does this. All right, here we go. 1 moment. Okay, these are Darlie and Darren's sworn statements to this, guys. Interesting. I'll just put it that way. All right. The statement below was made June 8th of 96 by Darlie Routier. Yeah, I thought I was going to read it for me, but okay. To police officers in her own handwriting. Darlie's statement is typed exactly as written. The handwritten statement was a second generation copy. Excuse me. It is slightly difficult to read and was transcribed to the best of my knowledge as it reads as follows. Darren and my sister Dana came home from working at the shop. The boys were playing in the neighborhood with the neighborhood kids outside, and I was finishing up dinner. Damon came home. Devin called, and I told him to be home soon because we were going to eat. Darren played with the baby Drake with Dana, and I pulled everything together to eat. Devin came home, and we all ate dinner together. After we ate, we cleared all the plates, and I was changing Drake while Darren put everything in some containers for leftovers. We all talked a little about how happy we were that the shop had been so busy for the past 3 weeks, and that we hoped it would continue. Since work had been slow for a couple of months, Devin and Damon asked if they could play with one of their friends a little longer. So we said, okay. Darren, Dana, and I got, sorry, guys. One moment here. Darren, Dana, and I just sat around and watched a little TV. Later, I'm not sure of the exact time I asked Darren to drive Dana, my sister, home because I wasn't feeling too well. While Darren was gone, the boys brought down their blankets and pillows and asked if they could watch TV, and I said yes. They came downstairs and played on the floor in front of the TV with Drake while I made some popcorn. About 20 to 25 minutes later, Darren came in and sat down with us while we watched TV. Drake started to get fussy, so I made him a bottle. Soon after the boys fell asleep, Darren took the baby upstairs and put him in his crib and came back downstairs. We talked about a few problems we were having with the car and the boat and had a few words between us. Since I had the baby, I have been having some depression. I told Darren I was depressed because I hadn't been able to take the boys anywhere because we only had the one car. He told me he loved me and asked me if I wanted him to sleep downstairs with me because I wanted to stay up a little and watch TV. And I told him no because I didn't think he would be able to sleep on the couch and get any sleep. I had been sleeping on the couch the past week or so, off and on, because the baby slept in our room and the crib, and when he moved, he woke me up. Darren and I laid together for a little while and then decided to go to sleep because he had work the next day. This was around 12:30, 1 o'clock. I'm not sure. He kissed me and said that he loved me, and I told him I loved him and I would see him in the morning. After a while, I started getting sleepy. The next thing, I wake up and feel pressure on me. I felt Damon press on my right shoulder and heard him cry. This made me really come awake and realize there was a man standing down at my feet, walking away from me. Excuse me. I walked after him and heard glass. Oh, no, damn it, Jim. Hold on. I walked after him and heard glass breaking. I got halfway through the kitchen and turned back around to run and turn on the light. I ran back towards the utility room and realized there was a big white handled knife laying on the floor. It was then that I realized I had blood all over me, and I grabbed the knife, thinking he was in the garage, so I thought he might still be in there, and I yelled for Darren. I ran back through the kitchen, realized the entire living area had blood all over everything. I put the knife on the counter and ran into the entrance, turned on a light, and started screaming. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Who did this? Who did this? And I started asking if my babies were dead. Darren was crying and said yes. After that, I just remember screaming and showing Darren my neck. Darren took me out to the front of the house, and then by then, Darren ran upstairs to make sure the baby was okay and then handed him to Karen, our neighbor. I remember them holding a towel on my neck and wrapping my arm, and then they put me in the ambulance. Darren got in, but they told him he needed to leave too. They could take care of me. I remember getting to the hospital and then them telling me that they were taking me to surgery. They took off my necklace and put me to sleep. I woke up, and minutes later, the detectives were there asking me all kinds of questions. It's signed Darlie Routier. Okay. So hold on here. Okay, so this is as the statement below was made on June 8th of 96 by Darren to police officers in his own handwriting. Darren's statement is typed exactly as written. The handwritten statement was a second generation copy. This is just like Darlie's was. It was June 6th of 96. We were watching TV in the Roman room, living room, southwest corner of the house. Watched MASH movie on HBO, satellite. Baby Drake had fallen asleep about 10:30. I took him up to bed in parents' room, put blanket on him, and turned out the lights. I went downstairs to talk to Darlie. We talked about the boys not being able to start baseball yet because we were so busy with the baby right now. We talked about the business, bills, and how Darlie was having a hard time with taking care of the babies all today. Darlie said she wanted to sleep on the couch because she would sleep better because the baby would keep her awake. The boys were face up in front of the TV, and Damon was asleep between couch and coffee table. By the couch, Mom was. So I went upstairs to get her a blanket and a pillow and came back. Hold on here. Came back downstairs to cover her up. We talked a little bit more about her going to Cancun with some friends across the street. I gave her a kiss goodnight, told her to dream about me, and went upstairs around 1 a.m. I went and turned on the TV in our room and watched for about 10-15 minutes. Couldn't sleep with it on, so I turned over and took my eyeglasses off, turned the TV off. I couldn't go to sleep for a while, but finally fell asleep. Unconsciously sick. I heard a noise when... Hold on. Sorry, guys. And then Darlie screaming loud. She was yelling, Devin, Devin, or my God, Devin. I woke up quickly, grabbed my glasses on the nightstand, ran downstairs as fast as I could, going in the living room, the Roman room. I ran over to Devin laying on the floor where he was when I saw him last and knelt down over him to see if he was hurt. Excuse me. And then looked at the coffee table to see it tipped over on him. When I looked again at his chest, there were 2 holes in his chest with blood and muscle piercing out. I slapped his face to get him to say or look at me. No response. I started CPR. When I blew into his mouth, air came out of his chest. Trigger warning, guys. Sorry about that. I blew 5 or 6 times and held my hand over the holes in his chest. Then when that didn't work, I blew into one of the holes in his chest. Oh, Jesus. I looked over at Darlie, and she was on the phone calling 911. I ran over to Damon, laying on the floor in the hallway between the wall. Hold on, you guys. This is going to drive me bonkers. 1 second, just in case. I'll leave that trigger warning running.
Hi, Wisdom. Hope you're doing okay.
Hello. Good to... well, she's over there. Hello, Miss Wisdom. I hope you're feeling better.
So she's ready to go home.
I'm sure she is. She doesn't like being there.
Nope.
I ran over to Damon, laying on the floor in the hallway between the wall and the side of the couch near the bathroom. He had no pulse, but I could not see any injuries. 2 police came in, and I told them that my babies were stabbed, and she told them that he went out the garage. I ran upstairs to put my pants on. I looked on, and Drake was crying, and I felt relieved that he was okay. I noticed my wallet hitting the floor, and all I could think of to do was to go to Karen's house for help. I needed someone to help save and help the paramedics when they arrived. I went downstairs, ran out of the house, ran across the street to Karen and Terry's door. I banged 5-6 times as hard as I could until Terry came to the door first. And when I told them that Devin and Damon were stabbed, they went in shock and ran over with me to the house. And that was when they were putting Devin on a stretcher. I knew that Devin was dead before I ran across the street, and Damon had no pulse. Oh, guys, hold on. It overlapped. 1 second. 1 second.
Well, Josie, you must have missed it because there for a little bit, I was driving everybody crazy with my typing. And
Hold on. Here we go. Okay. And then Devin and Damon were stabbing. They were putting Damon on a stretcher. I knew that Devin was dead before I ran across the street, and Damon had no pulse, but the paramedics carried him out in a blanket out the front. When I ran out yelling that we had to find who did this, and Karen told me that, sorry guys, the way this overlaps is crazy. I don't understand how that does that. 1 second. Well, I'm sorry, I missed that part. It just seems to jump from one part to another and skip that one piece there in the middle. Well, maybe not. Back into the house, pushed my way through the police and saw the knife. The floor in the kitchen, it blood out, saw it all. I went to the garage door to look out the windows that the police had said he entered. And I went out of the house, walked across the street. The neighbors were there to comfort me and ask me what happened. I sat for a minute on the curb, walked over to the ambulance where Damon was and asked paramedic, was he alive? And they said no. I was in shock. Karen told me to go with Darlie in the ambulance. So I got in and they threw me out and said they needed to work. So then they asked me questions, the fire department, social security number, address, name, blah, blah, blah. And I asked what hospital and no one knew. So Terry found out where Darlie went, Baylor, Dallas, and drove me to the hospital. At the hospital, I was questioned by Detective Frost for hours. Okay, hold on here. And that was signed Darren. All right. So those are their statements that they gave the night of, you guys. Of course, we heard about the glass again. Okay, next. Hold on now. Let's see here. Get back to the other stuff I have.
hey, Brian. Sorry, I'll let you have your crown back.
Welcome, Brad Guy. All right. One moment here. One second here. All right. So this next is I believe it's the first prison interview with Darlie after she went and was convicted and all that. Hang on. Virginia Wolf, good to see you, brother.
Been done to me. My boy's been done to me. But the worst has already been done.
Sons.
But the worst has already.
For these crimes, the murder of your 2 sons.
But the worst has already been done to me. My boys were murdered. That's the worst thing out of all this. I mean, them putting me to death is nothing compared to my boys being murdered. I know that somebody else did this. So if I'm put to death, I'll leave this world with a free conscience. It's not about life or death. It's about what's right and what's wrong.
Okay, I grabbed the wrong clip. There's partial interview. I have a bunch of stuff in here. I have to dig through it. The full interview I was trying to grab, but hold on a minute. Okay, this is the other one I wanted to show you guys too. This is interesting. Okay, so this is a segment that was done from a group that's called Free Darlie Routier. I was trying to show you guys all the angles to this. CJ Sky, good to see you. All right. Don't mind the subtitles down at the bottom, you guys. So hold on here.
Yeah, it all happened here. It's a hard memory. All the good times that she had here are all covered up by tragedy.
Ma'am? Who's it? Hang on. Somebody keep me alone. Sleeping me, my little boys are sleeping downstairs.
At that particular time, my boys had been murdered. I was being accused of their murders. I was being held in jail. Actually, for the first 3 days, they had kept me in a cell where I was completely nude. It was it was a horror.
I knew that Devin was dead from the minute I got downstairs. I don't think Devin lived a couple minutes. I mean, I was down the steps too fast. So he pretty much died instantly. Damon, died a little bit later.
Well, when the verdict came back, and of course, they had found me guilty, I just was in disbelief, overwhelming feeling of disbelief. I could not believe that they had found me guilty. The shock. Happy birthday, dear Damon.
And about 2:30, the first thing that I remember is hearing a real light glass break, just almost like a wine glass or something real light. And I don't remember the amount of time that it took for me to hear the first scream. But the first thing that I heard was Darlie screaming, Devin, 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 Devin. I mean, she was just going over and over and over again. And when I get over to Devin, he's laying on the floor face up, and he has these huge 2 gashes in the top of his chest. And I see the coffee table bent over. He has no life in his face. And I'm hearing what's happened, and she's screaming into the phone, "Oh my God, my babies have been killed! Get here! I need an ambulance! And I'm just hearing this hysterical, going on, this hysteria just happening, and I'm sitting here thinking, "Oh my God, I've got to get air into this baby's body." And I go down to blow into his mouth to give him CPR, cocked his head back, and as soon as I did, blood just spewed out of his chest.
Darlie Routier told police an unknown intruder committed the crime, yet within 20 minutes of arriving at the scene, police already considered her to be a suspect. Darlie was later arrested and charged with capital murder. The prosecution claimed a minuscule piece of fiber from a screen door found on a kitchen knife in the house supports their theory that the killer must have been someone from inside the house. Prosecutors also believed Darlie's injuries were self-inflicted and suggested that she was a selfish, cold-blooded woman who stabbed her sons because she could no longer satisfy her expensive lifestyle. The district attorney, Mr. Greg Davis, refused to be interviewed for this program. The media hype that followed soon portrayed Darlie Routier as a materialistic social climber who didn't care for anyone but herself. Based upon the evidence presented by the state, after 7 hours of deliberation on February 1st, 1997, the jury found Darlie guilty of murder and sentenced her to die by lethal injection. Darlie Routier currently sits on death row, maintaining her innocence and waiting for a miracle.
Darlene is not a violent person. She did not have any mental problems. She loved her children. She had just finished making a large dinner for them. And she had appointments for the dentist and appointments for Drake. Darlene wouldn't hurt anybody, let alone her children. She's not violent.
I've known Darlie for about 9 years now, and she's just been a wonderful friend. She's a wonderful mother. We did things with our kids together, went over to each other's homes, went out to eat.
Devin and Damon were so full of life. So they touched everybody everywhere they went. They were so special. They always cared about other little children. I remember one time that we had taken them to the Rowlett Needy Children's Home. And we had taken them through and explained to them how other little children didn't have, toys or food or a safe, warm home. And when we came back to the house, they had started putting all their toys and stuff in a bag. And I was like, what are you guys doing? And they wanted to take those toys for the other little children. They were just, Devin was always full of laughter, always making everybody laugh, always wanting to be silly. Damon was more quiet, more reserved, was a little shy.
Okay, we'll see you in the morning. Did you want to get one of all them, Dana? Yeah. Well, yeah, but
There was a lot of things that I was having to struggle with. I was very angry at God. I was very, my faith was shaken. I couldn't understand why God, that was supposed to be so loving and so compassionate, could allow something so horrible to happen when I hadn't done anything. God didn't do this to me. He may have allowed it, but man did this to me. But that no matter what, God's going to carry me through. And that's what he's done. He's carried me through this fire.
They were just wonderful little boys that loved anything that was new and popular. Like all the little boys, they loved Power Rangers and Ninja Turtles. They loved packages under the Christmas tree. And when you think about
Welcome, James.
Damon taking a little slinky for me and wrapping it up, and it was all messy. I'd just give anything to have that kind of Christmas again.
It's so hard because you want to convey, you want people to feel what you've gone through, and you try to get the right words. But anything that I could say, any words that I could say, would not even begin to touch the surface of how horrible it is every day. But yet, I have to continue to get through every day. I have to make myself get up. I have to make myself say, okay, today is another day. I'm going to try to get through this day. Not just for me, but for Devin and Damon too. It's very hard because you don't have any contact in here. You're not allowed to touch, hug, hold any type of contact with your family whatsoever. It's been almost 4 years since I've held my little boy.
Baby Jake, I'm going to get you.
What I pray for is complete exoneration, that hopefully the truth will come out, that my innocence will be shown, that people will know that I didn't murder Devin and Damon, that I didn't attack myself. Of course, the ultimate prayer would be to have Devin and Damon back, but I know that that's not going to happen. So somehow I have to make them give us justice because we haven't gotten that.
I first heard about the Darlie Routier case in a professional setting. I work for a small magazine called Justice Denied, and we deal with inmates who claim that they were wrongly convicted. We dig a little bit deeper into it. We profile their stories, and that's where I first learned about it. When I first read about the case, it was troubling to me, and as it progressed, as I got more and more involved in the information and the evidence, it is unbelievable to me the magnitude of what has happened to this woman. And the wrongful conviction is just off the charts from everything that I have seen in my line of work.
The motives that the prosecution suggested to the jury was that my client viewed her children as being in the way of her desired lifestyle. And thus, she decided to get rid of them so that she could live unburdened by children. Of course, that theory overlooks the fact that she's the kids' school room mother. Her house was the house in the neighborhood that most neighborhoods have, where all the kids gathered because they felt comfortable and welcome, and there was a mother around to, feed them milk and cookies and let them play. There was also a 10-month-old baby, and in my experience, 10-month-olds take a lot more time, trouble, and effort than a 5- and a 6-year-old who was unharmed. And so the state's theory that she wanted to get rid of her children because they were in her way has many holes in it.
Oh no, Damon.
The intruder theory is not just a theory. It's the only scenario that makes sense under the evidence. The idea that Darlie killed her children as well as inflicted all these horrendous injuries to herself, and at the same time planted a bloody sock down the alley and cut her own the screen to the garage and did all these things that in a timeline that was impossible. That is, in fact, a theory. The intruder coming in and causing all these injuries and deaths and destruction is what the facts support.
I do not believe that the physical evidence found at the crime scene supports the conclusions of the state or the jury. I think that many of the witnesses called by the state misinterpreted the crime scene evidence, interpreted it in their own way, rather than let the jury draw the facts from the evidence. Several such issues as they didn't collect bloody towels. Darlie's statement originally says, "I took bloody towels from the sink to help the boys." Those towels were never collected, so we do not know whether or not there was DNA on those towels to corroborate Darlie's story. Had those towels been collected by the police department, had they been analyzed for DNA, we might find that the issue that she cut her throat at the sink and then tried to clean up the mess to disguise it is a false conclusion by the investigators.
It was the state's theory that my client stabbed the boys first, then staged the crime scene, including cutting herself, and all during that time period also took this bloody sock down the alley. When that is looked at objectively, that scenario, it was impossible for my client to have done all those things in the time that was before the paramedics arrived.
The order of assault, which boy was assaulted first, whether or not Darlie was assaulted last. I believe Darlie was assaulted last from a variety of different evidence. There's DNA evidence to indicate that on one of the stains, on Darlie's deal, both boys' blood is on that stain. That would mean it had to come from the source of a knife, which meant that the boys were stabbed prior to that. The DA's explanation and their crime scene man's explanation is that 2 spots of blood flew through the air and coterminously hit on exactly the same place on a t-shirt 1 millimeter wide. And therefore we have combined DNA of both boys. And that's to me is an absurd conclusion.
I believe with all my heart that Darlie Routier is innocent. There's not a doubt in my mind.
This is a partial picture of what Darlie looked like at the hospital.
But after I saw the pictures that made me know that she wasn't guilty, all the ones that we didn't see during the trial, after I saw those.
Oh no, Kim, don't worry about talking. That's what it's about, guys. I don't know. I know I'm not comfortable with Darren. Truly, I'm not at all. There's something about him that just, it bugs me. It picks at me. You know what I mean? So I can't give you a true feeling on that yet. But it could be. It could be. There's something about him I'm not comfortable with, something about him I don't trust. I'll just say that. But it is a possibility. Anything is, you know what I mean? Hey, Michelle, good to see you, dear. Yeah, I I don't know. I don't know. I have a lot of issues with Darren that I can't let go of. Oh, he absolutely caused her to be vain. He's the one that wanted to do the breast implants and wanted to talk about her figure and her shapiness all the time, so on and so forth. Dude, get over yourself. You know what I mean? Like, come on. As a mother, your children, support her in any way she looks, forcing her to look a certain type of way for your own well-being. I mean, these are the kind of guys I can't stand. So anyway, that's a whole different topic, but yeah, there's something about him I'm not good with, comfortable with, nor do I trust at all. More than I have issues with her, truly. So there's that.
Pictures, then that just made me feel more so that she's not guilty.
Bingo, Alicia, telling her that she needed to lose weight all while she was writing suicide. That's not love. That's not love at all. Okay. I think what he should be doing is telling her how beautiful she is right after she has the babies, that there's nothing about her that needs to be changed. Everything about her is perfect, so on and so forth, because that's true. That's true. That's just how that is. Not telling her you want her to look like a flipping Barbie doll, so on and so. I mean, this dude's, you know what I mean? It's just, it makes me sick to my stomach thinking about people like that. I don't like it. I never have. So I don't know. I got some things I've been pushing around with it.
Guilty. That she did not do it to herself. She did not cut herself, and that she put up a heck of a fight to protect her own self.
Here's another picture showing the bruising on her arms that supposedly she inflicted on herself, at least according to the prosecution. This neck wound is in clear view there. You need to understand, she's right-handed, and even the state admits that this was a cut made with a left-hand motion. It came within 1 centimeter of her carotid artery, which would have caused her death in a matter of minutes. This is what she looked like the first day at the hospital. That is a picture of a victim, without any doubt.
The reason
I will say this, you guys, I always wondered, especially with Darren and his stupid statements and stuff, the way she was sleeping, that if he did this to her and the boys possibly, and staged everything to look a certain type of way, that's where I've kind of leaned on this a lot. But we'll talk about that.
For coming forward is after a few months of thinking about it and what I should have done and what I didn't do is follow my heart. And back when I was growing up, well, my parents always told me if I did something that's not right, well, make it right.
I don't think things will ever be the same the way that they were. First of all, Devin and Damon are gone. Devin and Damon were my life. My boys were my life. They were
my source of joy and happiness. They are gone forever. How am I supposed to ever remain the same? How am I supposed to continue on when I see their friends growing up, getting bigger, celebrating birthday parties? Absolutely not. They've taken away my naiveness. They have taken away my security. They've taken away so much. They've stripped me. Now, can I make something positive out of that? Yes, I'm going to try. I'm going to try to make the most out of it that I can, because that's what Devin and Damon would want me to do.
Mr. Davis, who prosecuted the case, in my opinion, from other cases, similar type cases that I've seen, was overzealous and out of control and went beyond his duty as a representative of the state. This became a personal issue. It almost became a vendetta. Most prosecutors have the common courtesy in a death penalty situation. When they get their conviction and they get their death sentence and the media is surrounding them, asking them how they feel at that moment, a good prosecutor always says that something like, this is a sad day for everyone. There are no winners in this case. Mr. Davis has chosen another avenue, and that is his response to it will be that Darlie Routier richly deserves to die for this crime. Personally, I have a problem with that.
I've learned about a system that I once believed in, that I once thought was about truth, was about justice. And I found that the system is not what I thought it was. That just because somebody wears a badge, or just because they're wearing a uniform, doesn't mean that that person is not acceptable to make mistakes. It doesn't mean that they're not infallible. For me, that's what I believed before this happened. I believed that when you walked into a courtroom, if you were innocent, you would be found innocent. If you're guilty, you'll be found guilty. It's not the truth all the time. It's not the way it works.
What frightens me the most is that they'll kill Darlie knowing their mistakes, that they would rather see Darlie die than admit that they're wrong. I'm seeing Texas execute people so fast that...
Gee, folks, what's that sound like? Sounds familiar, don't it? Mm-hmm.
It's scary.
When I was convicted, I still believed in a death penalty very strongly. Of course, I was dealing with a lot of emotions, and I had never really given, the death penalty much thought. I had never given prison much thought, or the court system. I didn't think people in prison could change. I had never really known anybody in prison, so I didn't know anything any differently. And it just made me realize that, people in prison can change, that they're not expendable. Their lives are of worth value. If I had 5 minutes with the person or persons who did this to myself and my boys, the first thing that I would want to know is why. I don't understand. How could somebody do something like this? What purpose? I've had a lot of people ask me, as a mother, wouldn't you want this person executed? Wouldn't, you have to feel that way.
And as a mother, yes, of course, there's a part of me that feels that way. But as a woman that has been through this, that has learned about forgiveness, that has learned about how the system works, that there are innocent lives in here. I think people have this idea that the death penalty is going to bring a sense of peace, a sense of healing. And what I've learned as a victim is that that peace, that healing, it all has to come from inside you. I mean, personally, I couldn't sit and watch another human being gasp his last breath, electrocuted, whatever the method is, and walk out of there and feel a sense of goodness about that, of peace about that. To me, it would just be another, I mean, they can't give me Devin and Damon back.
Yeah, yeah, looks like we made it. Look how far we've come, my baby. I'm glad we didn't listen. Look at what we would be missing. They said, I bet they'll never make it. But just look at us go and home.
Huh. That was a weird way to end that.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Okay, give me a minute.
I was like, what? Hmm.
Right, I'm going to show you guys something else here. I'm always curious what these guys think of anybody that's been accused or convicted or anything. So it's interesting to hear what they have to say. Hold on a minute here.
These comments are killing me.
Yeah, that was strange. I'll say that, Drew.
Hello, Hemisphere.
Welcome, everybody. Jumping in. Appreciate you guys. Okay, hold on, y'all.
Hi, Paula.
Invisible, yet she has no memory of the attack. At trial, even Darlie conceded it would be hard to sleep through it.
I know I didn't sleep through that. I mean, how would anybody sleep through something like that?
But yet you say you don't remember.
But I don't remember. Can you imagine waking up out of your sleep with a man attacking you?
Well, what do you think happened then if you can't remember but you don't think you slept through it?
I think that I tried to fight with a man, and I think that he either knocked me unconscious, or I think that when...
I wonder if they ever did a toxicology panel on her to see if there was any drugs in her system. I never did get to see or hear about that. To see if she had possibly been drugged, maybe. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't trust Darren at all, you guys. I don't. And that's what I'm saying, Cam. I wonder if he had drugged her, possibly. You know, let her lay there for a while, get into a good deep sleep, goes upstairs like he's sleeping, comes downstairs, and he attacked her and did all this stuff. That's my opinion. You know, that's the only thing that makes any sense to me, because there's nobody. They found no evidence of anybody being in that house besides them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm torn, like I said, on this a lot. Miss Bonnie's in the house. Hello, dear. Good to see you. Tomboy said, did y'all know that her underwears were missing? They never found them yet. Wasn't told to the jury. That's interesting. No, I didn't know that. Thank you, Tomboy. Yeah, once again, another case where they don't give the jury everything. I didn't know that. Thank you, Tomboy. Very interesting.
You know, he slit my throat or whatever. I think I passed out.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
I think it's interesting that she says, I don't think I was asleep. And then, can you imagine waking up from your sleep, being attacked by a man? So we'll continuously see this theme repeated out, which I like to call the vanishing perpetrator. Not important to her. And she says, why would anybody sleep through that? So we're going to see a theme here starting now, where you're going to see her socialize an issue. Instead of discuss her own issues, she'll socialize it around. How would other people do this? How would someone else do that? And I think there's some feigned innocence and regression in her voice, which is a little bit common in the South. But you can see a change when she's trying to appear innocent. You actually see a little.
I know everybody doesn't care for these guys. I'm always curious what their outlook is. It doesn't mean I believe what they say. It just means I'm curious to see how they see it. That's all.
Grief muscle up here in her forehead. And I want you to take a look, see whether or not it's symmetrical or asymmetrical. And I'll wrap it up at the end because there's a great illustration there towards the end. And she says, a man, and she's unable to broadcast any emotion with this. This is just relying on illustrations here. And as she's answering, her eyes move, and I'm going to read this out here. Her eyes go from 7, these are o'clock positions, 7 to 2 to 12 to 10 to 9 to 2 to 5 during this one answer. And in this moment of brief silence, you can see tiny eye movement. So I want you to watch in this little pause when this video plays again, watch these little jerky eye movements. And this is what's called a transderivational search in psychology, when somebody is recruiting all the little file clerks to go back and search all the file cabinets possible to get the best answer to the question that's coming out. And I think she says, when he slit my throat or whatever. So there's two distancing things here. And we see a little bit of Mark Bowden's famous lemon drop, which let's all just call it the lemon drop from now on.
This is called the behavior panel, Kim. They break down many, many cases we've covered, and they give their expert opinions on as to what the body language that people exert is, what it means, and what they believe in it. Like I said, I'm just always curious what they think, but there's been many a times I've disagreed with them wholeheartedly. That's fact. So.
And with that, I'll pass it to you, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me pick up on that one, because you're right. Sour taste on slit my throat. So, interesting. What does that tell us? Well, I don't know what it tells us, but certainly I would want to ask a little more around that, get a little bit more detail around that, because, that sour taste happens around there. Is it sourness at her own story around that? Is it sourness about the event? You could be pretty sour about having your throat slit.
Too.
So,
And
not sure about that, but it is very, very notable. She moves in this whole piece for me from certainty to uncertainty and confusion to confrontation, and then the idea of possibility. That's quite a move through quite a small idea. So I just get a little bit worried that there isn't one theme to this. Simple question, but it goes through a number of themes: certainty, uncertainty and confusion, confrontation, possibility, and a very low blink rate on this, given the nature of the story being talked about there. I might expect just a little bit more action in the blink rate around that. So certainly as a first video for me, it kind of raises some, I guess, little flags around, what's going on here? This is a little bit different, a little bit odd. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, I'll start off with 3 of the big things that little red flags for me. She does that eye lock when she's answering, which a lot of people do, but not like that. That's that sooner what Greg and I call the romancer, where she's like all locked in and up in her face and trying to move forward and get closer to her. Even though she's got her hand up as a barrier on the table, she still moves forward. And her voice goes high on I know. When she says no, it goes real high. That could be, it couldn't be, or, couldn't denote or indicate deception, but quite often it does. I'm not going to give that 100% on that. And then we have fading facts. As she goes along, it gets quieter and quieter and quieter, which is something that happens quite often when someone's not telling the truth or they're being deceptive. And when she says, but I don't remember, that's when Chase, earlier we were talking with Greg about the culturally in the South, how you'll hear some women have a high childlike voice. In the old days, anyway, that was very popular. And in this case, I think she's actually, like you said, Chase, she's regressing here. And I think I think to a large degree, because it's almost childlike. It's 7 or 8 year old tone and deliver on that. The vernacular, or not, maybe not the vernacular, but the way but her delivery, it sure sounds like a little kid. And when the interviewer pauses, that's when she adds her qualifier. When she says, what did she say? That's when she says, but I don't remember. Yeah. Then, when she asks her what she thinks happened, she says, think 4 times. You don't say, I think this happened, then I think this happened, then I think it's one event. I think this happened, la, 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 which means she's gone back and thought about it, and she's in defense mode of that. She's not just letting it flow. She's not loping. Everything stops on think. When she says, I think this happened, I think that happened, where it should be, I think what happened was this. Somebody came in and this is, you don't have to keep saying, I think, for every event that you've created there, if it actually happened.
I respect what you think, Paula, because that's what I think. Just saying.
So that to me suggests she's focused on the defense of it as she goes through that. Greg, what do you got?
So for me, I always say successful organisms do what made them successful. This is not accidental. This childlike regression, in my opinion, from watching her, is not something specific to this. It's the ploy, it's the process that made her successful, whatever successful meant in her life. It's who she is. She's got all these tools at her disposal. It's whatever makes her feel like she can argue or answer questions. I've seen this personality type. I've dealt with a lot of this kind of behavior. I would say feelers, not thinkers. She's going to throw feelings out there and a lot of gushy, hey, this is how, and that's how. You can't discuss feelings. Feelings are not tangible things. So they may mean something different to every person. They're usually really good at putting the shoe back on your foot. So it's not about them. It's can you imagine? It's not about how I felt. It's back to you. It's putting you back in the story. So that's circular logic. And if you've ever argued with someone in circular logic, it feels like you're an idiot when you're finished because they just keep looping back to the same thing, handing it back to you in a different flavor. And I think we'll see more of this as we go. And if you were interrogating her, you'd see a lot of it. When she says, can you imagine? She does a slight smile, if you notice that. Can you imagine? A little bit of a smile. Nothing to smile about. Then sorrow, a little grief in her forehead. And then that kind of plaintive, I don't know. I don't remember. That all that together is a technique. All that together, I'll bet if you deal with her a whole lot, you would see it. When I was a kid, the old Southern women would say, sugar won't melt in that girl's mouth. And that meant that they were doing something. They were working some kind of a ploy. And there's knowledge and wisdom in old sayings that old people have. That's been there a long time for a reason. Now that old South is dead, but that kind of stuff still lives on. She goes into creative very early. And Chase, you're dead on about her eye accessing. We think about people going to one place where they remember, another place where they create. She goes off to a specific place when she starts to talk about this whole thing about what happened. She does a request for approval, brow up when she's talking about, then he slit my throat or whatever. Well, hold on a minute. In my life, I've had a bunch of things that
welcome, Paula.
Your throat being slit's not a whatever. He slit my throat, period. That would be an emphatic. That's an odd thing to do. And then she turns to that romancer and starts to lock eye contact. I think if you push her hard, if I were interrogating her, I would suck up to her real good, make her think, well, you're pretty and smart. Aren't you just brilliant? And then as soon as I got her to believe I believe that, I would start pinging her and poking her and watch that facade dry up, watch her come out And we'll see some of that as this goes on. This is a good intro. I don't see anybody that I think is innocent or terrified. I see quite the opposite here. Successful organism being successful. That's it.
Her neck wound is still.
Honestly, and I don't even want to think about this, and this shouldn't even be at least a conversation piece, in my opinion, for anybody that's been through losing a child. But I think if it happened to me, I would probably go to the cemetery and celebrate on their birthday in some form with them. I would be there in that sense, I would think. That's how I would be too. Maybe not to the extent that she did, but people do things different. That doesn't mean it's wrong. I think people read into that a little bit more. This is just my opinion, mind you. I think people read into that a little bit more per se than what they maybe should have. That's just an opinion again, guys. Nobody's got to agree with me, please. But yeah, I did think that they looked at that because they were already looking at her. Okay, think about that. I think she was already being very, very heavy very much being looked into, okay, at that point. So seeing what they saw, your mind processes things the way you perceive things, if that makes sense to you, okay? So if they weren't looking at her in a detrimental way or in a negative way already, people probably wouldn't have saw anything wrong with that. You see what I'm saying? It's a psychological thing I'm saying. That's just in my opinion, of course. That's all I'm saying.
Still visible, yet she has no memory of the attack. At trial, even Darlie conceded it would be hard to sleep through it.
I know I didn't sleep through that. I mean, how would anybody sleep through something like that?
But yet you say you don't remember.
But I don't remember. Can you imagine waking up out of your sleep with a man attacking you?
Well, what do you think happened then if you can't remember but you don't think you slept through it?
I think that I tried to fight with a man, and I think that he either knocked me unconscious, or I think that when, he slit my throat or whatever, I think I passed out.
Right.
The prosecution made much of Darlie's inappropriate behavior. For instance, the first policeman on the scene testified Darlie didn't seem concerned about.
Kim, I really feel that way too. I mean, think about this. Somebody cutting your throat is going to wake you straight the hell up into a situation. You know what I mean? You're going to be into that situation immediately, unless your body is slow to respond because of possibly being drugged. And that was something I thought, that something could have been put in a drink or whatever it could have been, in my opinion. Hey, Trish, good to see you. I just wondered if that was possible. That would make this make more sense to me too. So that's why I'm probably leaning in that direction, that could have happened. And like I said, I don't trust Darren. I don't. I'm sorry, I just don't. There's a lot of people that think he was absolutely innocent of everything. He had nothing to do with anything, so on and so forth. But I do not feel that way with him. So that's me. Yeah, and see, that's something else, guys. That's why I said people saw that whole birthday thing. They didn't see all of it. They saw what they wanted us to see. Like Alicia said there, she was breaking down before that. They didn't show that. Why? Because it doesn't play into the narrative that she... And I'm not saying I think she's innocent or guilty at this point. I don't really know what to think of this yet, okay? But... we've seen how many cases where they have displayed specific images for us to see to follow a narrative. Just remember that, you guys, is all I'm saying. James said, in my opinion, she blamed it on the intruder, but actually was doing this because she wanted revenge to her husband. Maybe. Could be, James. I don't know, but now I will say this. Thank you, Mama Bear. As we all know, that Darren forced her to look a certain type of way, okay? And I'm saying forced because he put it in her head And it doesn't take much to do that to somebody, and it's disgusting to me that it happens, but it does happen. The diet pill fen that she was taking, it was 4 months prior to the murders, causes severe neurological issues. The pharmaceutical companies producing the drug covered up evidence that it was neurotoxic, and did not financially support any studies of the drug's effort on the human brain because they knew it was neurotoxic. Did not release this information. Thousands of people that took this drug were unable to function normally, having acute memory retention problems. Fenfluramine and phentermine were linked to serotonin neurotoxicity issues, severe depression, short-term memory loss. Some users who had taken the diet pill for just 45 days reported these neurological issues. Darlie had been taking it for 4 months. Users also reported drastic changes to their sleep habits, once being light sleepers and now able to sleep through appalling disruptions, bingo, while on the drug. And that came from Reddit, so you take it how you want. But I do remember when fen came out, I remember hearing bad things about people taking it, guys, and a lot of people being told not to take it because it caused this, that, and everything else. Well, if it changed sleep patterns to the point where you could sleep through drastic disruptions, that would explain right there how she slept through what she did to an extent and then was awoke, okay? And she was awoke because she heard her child. That's a mother's intuition. And a mother that's not connected with being a mother and their child would not be woken up by that, in my opinion. That's just, again, this is all my opinion, you guys. So nobody has to think that anything I'm saying makes any sense to them. So there's that too.
Damon. He's got his eyes open and he's trying to breathe. I told her that she needed to help him, but she just wouldn't help him.
That's a lie. There's no other words to use. That's a lie.
She says.
And you know what? Even if that's true, I was a first responder. Okay. I've been on scenes, not quite as dramatic as that, but similar. Parents go into shock, folks, when their child is being hurt, injured, in a bad situation. I've done it. Where they will freeze sometimes. Because you can't believe what's going on in front of you right now. This is your child, your baby, and they're hurt. I agree, Kim. We definitely need a toxicology report. And you sometimes not everybody reacts the same way. I've done it, and I'm a first responder, folks. Okay, with people I care about, my children, family members, friends. I've been on scenes that I've had friends there that I had to step back out of because I couldn't actually function right in it. Okay. I'm saying people's emotions sometimes run them more than their brain does, or before their brain does. Is all. Micro blue welcome, and that's just all there is to it. So that is one thing I will say is a normal situation. It's not because she didn't. I don't believe that is because she wanted him to die. I just think she was in shock. Period. I mean, there's no two other ways to say it. That's what my absolute opinion is on that situation.
She comforted Damon.
I told him to hold on. I told him to be strong. And he said, "Okay, Mommy." And shook his head. That was the last words I ever heard him say.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so look, there's a lot of good stuff going for her here. You know, that's a lie, that's a lie. That's pretty clear. Says it twice, okay? Pretty emphatic, so I like that. Grief comes, and there's some strong muscles here as well. So, and some curving in the eyebrows, which is difficult to do off your own bat. It usually does happen with a real emotion. She gets reddening in the cheeks, the nose, the eyes, the lips. Again, hard to do on purpose, hard to put on. So all the right muscles in all the right places, and a very emphatic idea of somebody else's lying, and that would go really well for her until she clocks the camera. And by clocking the camera, I mean looks right down the lens. Now, and Look, it's easy to do. It's easy to do when you're on a film set, you're on a TV set. It's easy because often there's a lens cover and it reflects light, and it's very easy for just some light to shine in the lens, and your eyes just go over there and go, what's happening there? Interesting thing about the lens covers as well is you can often see your own reflection in there, and you can see how you're doing, and if you just look off camera and just catch yourself, you can go, oh, great, I'm in shot at the moment. This is a really nice shot of me. The unfortunate thing about this is either it is a narcissistic compulsion that during this emotion to go, hey, how am I looking? Am I doing pretty well? Are you getting this? This is a good shot of me, isn't this? This is going well. Do you get that emotion? Are you getting it? Is it good? So it's either that or an accident. Okay, so it's either that or an accident, because the emotion is pretty good and a tough one to fake. It's pretty good, but that is a bit of a problem, that look down the camera. It's a little bit too long, feels a little bit too knowing. We can't make any decision on that alone, but let's see how the...
Yeah, I don't know that they did a tox on her, Bear. I hoped that they did, but I have never seen one anywhere on it, so I don't know.
Rest of this pans out. Chase, what do you got?
Yep, I agree with you. The grief muscle is powerful, but we see grief when she's talking about her innocence as well. So it's an unusual place to see it. And I think that this grief innocence has been what gained her the primary three things since childhood, which is compliance, control, and social reward. We get what we want from other people. And when she says that's a lie the second time, it's rare to see it, especially in a video that's older than, 5-6 years old. There's pupil dilation. There's about 1.5 to 2 millimeters worth of pupil dilation. And this is part of our nervous system. And especially, this is some research, if you want to look this up, this is Kupkova. This is very recent, 2017 is the most recent study I've found. That pupil dilation is directly associated with high levels of stress and deception. And there's no emotion as she initially recalls the first thing she said to her child. None. And then I think she realizes when she says the second part of this, she realizes, Cam. I forgot to turn that on. And I think as far as, Mark, what you were saying about the camera lens, her whole life, from a person like this, her perspective, I personally believe there's some psychopathy here, that her whole life is a camera lens. Every person who looks at her feels like a camera lens to her. And I've got no research to back this up, but I've never once in my life seen a person go through an extreme emotional high of crying and feel the need to make eye contact at the same time. Because those two things don't match up. The high emotion and the drive for social connection are different, especially in this kind of environment. So I obviously didn't poll the guys here, but I would say when someone's freaking out, they don't care whether or not you're looking at them. They don't care what you think. They don't care what you feel. They're going through their own stuff. And there's no vocal tremors towards the end. When there's high emotion, there's high crying. This is another autonomic nervous system response for stress, grief, and crying. There's none. So listen to how smooth and perfect it is. Even with the tears and everything, I want you to hear how smooth it is, which is another high indicator of deception. Greg, what do you got up there?
I agree with all that. If you look through, if you watch everything she does, the pupil dilation is one of the best. This video.
By the way, I'm not going to run this whole thing. I'm going to skip through certain parts here, guys. And we're getting ready to jump through it here in a minute. So.
Video has all of these videos. You can see where pupils dilate, which is a good indicator, by the way, of stress, that something's happening, and typically negative stress. There's actually a study, and I'll have to find the name and I'll put it down in the comments. There's a study recently about psychopaths and pupil dilation. And it says that their pupils dilate to pleasant things like everybody else does, but they don't dilate to negative things. There's no pupil movement to negative things.
Love it.
The prosecution made much of Darlie's inappropriate behavior. For instance, the first policeman on the scene testified Darlie didn't seem concerned about Damon.
He's got his eyes open, and he's trying to breathe. I told her that she needed to help him, but she just wouldn't help him.
That's a lie. There's no other words to use. That's a lie.
She says she comforted Damon.
I told him to hold on. I told him to be strong. And he said, okay, Mommy. He shook his head. That was the last words I ever heard him say.
The prosecutor says here is a woman who was depressed, gained weight, postpartum depression, behind in the mortgage, financially strapped.
I was a normal person just like anybody else. A normal mother that has normal, just normal like everybody else, doesn't go to sleep, and all of a sudden just snap and become a psychotic maniac killer.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So I'm going to keep this one simple. Normal, 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 normal. I don't know how many times she said it. About 14, I think. I'm making that number up, by the way, so don't try to count and correct me. But normal, normal, normal. What I would do is lean over. If I were you and I'm talking to somebody who says normal, normal, normal that much, I'd lean over and say, Darlie, what's normal to you? I want to know what her baseline for normal is because I certainly don't see it. She goes down that path, and this is classic chaff and redirect.
Welcome, Eddie. Good to see you, bro.
Out there until you bite. And if you don't hear it the first time, you hear it the 14th time. There's a lot of pupil dilation when she's questioned here. I mean, you see her pupils dilate. And Chase, I love.
And that's true too. Read that through the article. Another first responder completely and totally contradicted what that one said. So they went with the one who made her look uncaring. And again, it all plays through the narrative. We see this happen all the time, you guys, more often than we don't anymore. And it's really sad. And this has been a while back that this was going on. So there's that too. Okay. It just doesn't change. And it's sad to me. It really is.
Love this one because I'm a big fan of pupil dilation as well. So having a video this old and having the capability to see it, because I think she's been in prison about 20 years, I would lean into her and say, is it normal to go to your child's grave with silly string? I would do a pregnant go down right there to see, because I'm going to tell you, there's some negative stuff that if you poke on it a little bit, you'll get to see it. And we'll see it coming up. So normal, 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 chaff and redirect. She's trying to get you to bite and say, well, yeah, of course that's normal. Of course, if you're normal and that's normal, there's no way you would wake up and kill your kids. There's not a denial of anything. Look, I had a life. I had this. I had that. We don't hear, look, I didn't kill my kids. It's that no normal mother wakes up and kills her kids. And that's it. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I agree with you 100%. And we're seeing smiling. She shouldn't be smiling anywhere in here. And when she's just cranks right open with smiling right there. And why she's saying all this is because this is what she's heard. And as a psychopath, she's saying this is normal because she's heard that would be normal for it to act that way. So right down the path of a psychopath, and from where I'm coming from. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, let's just recap her words really quick, since I like to do this in every stinking episode.
I love that, actually.
In order of appearance: normal person, like anybody else, which is you. Normal mother, normal.
No, Cam. Everybody has the right to their feelings on this. There's a lot of people that do think she's innocent. There's a lot of people that think she's guilty as all hell. Okay. And there's probably a mix of us in here that have different feelings on it. That's what it's all about. I'm not 100% on it. Okay. I could lean in both directions in some aspects. I still can't I'm telling you, I do not trust Darren. That's all I'm going to keep telling you that again and again. That's the biggest thing with this with me on this. And that's absolutely it right there. So feel how you need to, Kim, or how you want on this. Nobody's going to say anything against it. Okay. That's your right. I dare somebody to challenge it. That's all I'm saying.
Normal, like everybody else, psychotic maniac killer. She's drawing a big distinction there between those two things. And I think there's two reasons that she's using the word normal. Number one, advice of counsel.
Exactly.
And this is him not saying you need to hammer on the word normal. It's him saying you need, because the lawyer knows. I think the lawyer knows that there's something very different about this human being. And he's given her advice. You need to come across as a normal person that can relate to anybody. You're just like anybody else. So she took the words literally and fed them back. The second reason, I think she's using this because she's unknowingly
be careful.
Ashamed or trying to cover up some psychopathy in this moment here. So she's not telling normal. She is selling normal in this
Good point,
instance.
Paul.
And I think that's really what we're seeing. We're seeing all this normal stuff followed by this drastic thing that she does not identify with. I mean, all of us have talked to killers. They don't identify as killers. If you're you're watching this now, imagine you just did something you probably shouldn't have done, but you know that you're not a killer. You're not going to go kill a bunch of other people. It was just a one-time mistake, and that's what we're going through this rationalization process as a criminal does. I don't belong in jail. I'm not a bad person. This was a one-time thing. I lost control. I had too much to drink, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think she identifies with this at all, but I think that there's some Jungian shadow stuff that we definitely don't have time to get into. Scott?
Mark?
Yeah, I do have time for the Jungian psycho. No, I don't have time for that. But look, here's what's interesting for me, though there's a lot of cutting in this interview, which is a bit annoying. And there's a cut in this that could go against what I'm saying right now. But essentially, her language doesn't differentiate enough for me between the accusation and the denial. It all kind of mashes into one, so that the net of it is her denial sounds very much like a confession. Now, it could be some of the cutting in that there could have been a re-representation of the question. So it could be about that, and we could say that. And it could be that just her language skill is very, very low, which goes back to the earlier question I had for everybody, I think maybe off camera, which is, do we have any understanding of what her mental age is diagnosed as? And then we had a little bit of this discussion about this cultural idea from her particular locality of presenting yourself in quite an infantile or juvenile way. Okay, so yeah, we could put it down to that. Will you culturally develop a low-level language style in order to fit in and present yourself in such a way, or is that your mental age right now, or the possibility that there is almost a Freudian slip of the tongue, which causes your denial to actually be a confession? And it sounds very much like that to me. Go back and listen to what she says, and it feels very much like she's actually saying that she did this rather than not did it. Anyway, and then there is this idea of well, we get a lot of theme coming up of the possibility of acute psychosis, which is when stuff happens and you just don't know that it happened. Acute psychosis, you're right, people's eyes will go pretty wide like that when acute psychosis happens. So they're like, oh, yeah, I don't know what happened. Many murders happen like that, very ordinary murders where people see red, they lose it completely. Yeah, they're violent. And then after the fact, it's like, I just can't remember what happened there. Can't remember what happened. That's often an acute psychosis. So there's an idea that she puts forward of psychosis there. Maybe she's heard that talked about. Maybe a doctor's come in and talked to her around that. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, that's what I got on that one. And I think we're all done.
One note to add back, when we talk about language use, you have to take into account culture. You have to take into account a person's education level and just how they use language. For example, what is this? It's a pen, right? Well, I'm a deep South boy. This is a pen. There's a big pen. There's a straight pen. There's an ink pen. We add words because the way we pronounce letters and the way we do things. There's also common usage in parts of the South. And Scott, you always say, you can tell who I'm hanging around with, because there's common usage that we drop consonants off the end of words and that kind of thing. So you have to take into account where she's at. She's also now in prison, and whatever language she's using, culture matters. So we have to pay attention to word patterns and that as we're talking about this. Yep.
The prosecutor says, here is a woman who was depressed, gained weight, postpartum depression, behind in the mortgage, financially strapped.
I was a normal person just like anybody else. A normal mother that has normal, just normal like everybody else, doesn't go to sleep, and all of a sudden just snap and become a psychotic maniac killer.
Bill Parker, a veteran interrogator who tried without success to get a confession out of Darlie. He insists she did say repeatedly,
If I did it, I don't remember.
You did apparently say during that interview with the policeman that if I did it, I can't remember.
No, I did not. I never said that.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so look, in this one, I haven't got much to say on this because it's he said, she said, and then she said she didn't say it. So, and it's like, okay, well, where's the recording? Like, all you need is a recording. If there was an interrogation, it's like, you press record. What, did you not have recorders at that point? So, I'm not really enjoying this one particularly, other than she says, well, if I did, I don't remember. So there's a possibility then. There is a possibility. Okay, there's a nice opening of possibility around that, and I don't remember, and so we're back there to a potential, either that's a lie, I do remember, and I did do it, or it is an acute psychosis. It's like, I just don't remember. It could have happened, and I blacked out at that point. It can happen, though that might be, I don't know the system that she's in, but that might be actually quite a good defense for not getting a death penalty. I don't know. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. We're not seeing any anger, not seeing any disgust, no contempt, nothing like that. And she's not contracting. Now, you don't contract your words every time. By that means she says, I did not. She may say, no, I didn't. I did not. You might say that I did not later in the second half of that, but you wouldn't say it right out of the gate. I don't think, because that should come with an emotion with that. And she's not showing the right emotion with that. She should come across and say, no, I didn't. No, I did not. I did this, this, and this. And it should be a little bit little bit faster, and she should be revved up about that. That's one of the things that in an interrogation, when you go in and you start poking on somebody, as Greg says, you get them to that level. She's not coming to that level. That's a poking right there, man. And she didn't. It's not she didn't take the bait, but she should have come back with no, I didn't either. It wasn't me. A lot of times you'll hear that. That's why I always say it. No, I didn't either. That wasn't me. So she contracts where she shouldn't contract. A lot of times you'll see in these famous cases from O.J. Simpson and other ones where they say, they'll say, I did not, or I did not do this. Did you do that? No, I did not. Because you can watch in the monitors. If you watch someone in the room waiting on you, you can hear them on there, and they know you're going to say, did you take this? You can hear them say, no, I did not. No, I did not. You can hear me rehearsing it. Not every time, but every now and then you'll catch one of those. So Chase, what do you got?
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Bingo.
Great example. So I'll give you a piece of ammunition you can use against people like us. One of the worst things, and I can't tell you the other ones. I won't tell you the other ones. But one of the worst things you can say to an interrogator is, I don't remember.
So sorry to hear that, Cam.
There's very little an interrogator can do. That's one of the hardest things for people like us to overcome. We can't say, oh, well, yeah, you do. You have to be, and it's very hard to prove. So people who come in with that I don't remember, I blanked out, because if I have a memory problem, that's the best way. It's either I rehearse this elaborate story, set up a bunch of evidence, or I just have some amnesia. That really helps. It really helps guilty people. There's pupil dilation right before the denial at least a minimum of 1 millimeter. I tried measuring it on my iPad Pro today with a little Apple Pencil, and I couldn't get it because she was moving around too much. There's an eye flutter with the denial and a non-contracted denial. I did not. So that all, just let's go by the numbers. BTOE, behavioral table of elements, that's a 12. Greg?
I agree with you guys. All this stuff coming together. She does have a blink rate that goes up. She has an increased blink rate. She has more emotion, more denial than she had about killing her kids when she was normal. Go back and watch video 3 and compare to this. And look and see. She looks a little more pissed about this than she did about killing her kid. That just seems out to me. It feels awkward. It feels out of place. Her pupils do indeed dilate, and then they pinpoint that flash that you see. I love that. It's one of the best indicators that stress is hitting somebody. And I've told you guys before, the only time I've ever actually heard anyone with words was seared guys. And when your pupils start flashing, it's time to give them a little bit of a break. So backing away from it. She does a request for approval when she's saying, I did not. Well, I would just say, no, I didn't do that. I didn't do it. But everybody talks a little differently. And I think, Jace, what you're just hammering on, there's enough here to say something is causing her to have raised fight or flight, whether she's pissed about this. And I'll go all the way back to when she first was interrogated and he was doing this. That's a great opportunity for you to delay his time. If you put him to work, say, I don't remember. I could have, but I don't remember. Well, I could have, I probably would never say. Advice to you, if you're ever accused of a crime, don't say I could have, but I don't remember. I don't remember is good enough. Don't add that caveat in there. And she's got that kind of look like we're starting to ramp her up just a touch. We'll get to see a little more ramp up as we go. But here, I just see, not enough denial earlier. She's going out of her way to deny this a lot more. Maybe she perceives this as the threat versus not being normal or whatever it was she's talking about in video 3. But video 3 is about stabbing your children, not about how you behaved in interrogation. I might say, yeah, I don't know what I said in interrogation. I would probably, in fact, say that because that was a stressful moment. I don't know where I was going. And Chase, like you, I'm not going to give any more details than that. We'll keep it there.
Bill Parker, a veteran interrogator who tried without success to get a confession out of Darlie. He insists she did say repeatedly,
if I did it, I don't remember.
You did apparently say during that interview with the policeman that if I did it, I can't remember.
No, I did not. I never said that.
Right.
If I had done this to my children, I would be the first person to stand up and say, oh my God, I need help. What have I done? A mother couldn't live with herself.
But now, Darlie, they're saying that you could live with it because you're a psychopath and that you could kill and not have a conscience
sure, that
about
fits
it.
their theory.
All right, I'll go first on this one. What we're seeing here, and this is one of my favorite things, is when you go in with someone, when you go and talking to someone, you'll say, who's suspected of, let's say, stealing money or something, you'll say, what do you think should happen? Because they're worried about their job, they're worried about everything. You say, what do you think should happen to somebody that did something like this? And they'll say, they need help. They really do. They never say, fire them. They should get rid of them, man. Get them out of here. We don't need that. They're a thief. They always say things. Quite often they'll say, they need help. They need a good talking to. Sit down and talk to them. Go over all their, because if they did it, they don't want to say kill them. Stick them, hang them, shock them. Whatever you're going to do, get them out of here. Let's get rid of them. Never do that. That's classic right there. And at the end, you can see her getting all fired up. I'm gonna leave that to Greg because I know you've got that covered. She removes herself from all this by saying a mother wouldn't. She doesn't say, I would never do something like that. Those are my kids. She doesn't involve herself in this. She's putting it on somebody else, this other a mother. It's just bizarre behavior for a normal person, for a mentally normal person, when the brain's working the way it should. And she's doing it because she doesn't know it sounds odd. It sounds completely normal to her. She doesn't think that sounds weird. She doesn't think it sounds.
You know, I don't really know, Bonnie. I can't put my finger on it. There's something about him that bugs me that I can't explain it to you guys. It's stupid. That's why I don't really like, other than explaining that I don't trust him. There's something about him that just gives me this really dark, bad vibe. Something, I don't know what it is. It could be nothing. It absolutely could be nothing, but it's there and it doesn't go away. So I'll say that much, but that's all I can tell you, Bonnie. I really don't know, hon. I wish I did.
Odd at all. Not even a little bit. She's selling it. You know, she's way into it. So this is just, I don't have a lot to say on this because we're dealing with a psychopath. And what are you going to do? These are classic behaviors of a psychopath. Greg, what do you got?
This is real Darlie starting to come
Good
out.
point,
Darlie. This is real Darlie starting to come out. You start to see that she gets a little pissed. Narcissists get pissed when you point out flaws and that kind of thing. And so we all know that all psychopaths are narcissists. Doesn't mean that all narcissists are psychopaths. And Chase, I know you were going to jump on this, and all of us are going to mention it. I call this a self-stated punishment judgment. You know, I would need help. Well, if I were saying that, I'd say I need my ass killed or beaten with an axe handle, whatever, right? I wouldn't say I need help. That maybe that is a cry for help. Who knows? But certainly anybody who killed your children, you don't think they need help. You think they need gone. Yeah. Even the kindest of people are going to say they need to be gone. She eye blocks when she's saying that. If you notice, she looks away, and her pupils, again, these pupils are moving constantly on her. And the last one I will go with is when she says, sure, that fits their narrative or what they want to believe or whatever she says in those exact words. That's her coming out. That's her raising her claws and she's getting ready to say something. I would have leaned over and said, everybody thinks that you did it. And in the interrogation room, then she would get pissed off and I'd say, everybody said you're a psychopath. And you know how we know? And I'd start pointing out how we know she's a psychopath. And then you would see the mask move. And then you get to see anger and all that stuff that comes with it. Because now the organism is not being successful. And like I say, whatever works, and you keep doing it. When it stops working, you always say the slip of the mask, Chase, when all those subroutines they have that worked don't work, then the things that are instinctive come to the surface. It's why Chase and I spend our lives learning where to put your fingers and not thinking about that when the time comes. You know, when you're in a military unit, the best thing I ever learned from SEALs that I take into business meetings every day is it's not how you shoot, it's if you shoot. Don't spend time thinking about how you shoot. Everything needs to be muscle memory. And every one of us as successful organisms has a lot of subroutines and things we're walking around using every day. When we get out of that thinking brain, we get out of that behavior pattern that's normal, and that cat brain comes up, all that other stuff comes out. And that's where we get them, is we push them to the point that all that other stuff comes out. Right here, you're seeing just a sliver of that, I think. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so one of the subroutines that you would expect to be running in any social mammalian brain that is well positioned would be looking after other people. And so if somebody says, hey, what should happen to that person, the person who may have killed some kids, even the kindest person is going to go, okay, well, they need locking away somewhere. They need to be outside of society because they would worry that it would happen to other people's kids. Because we're designed, as social mammals, we're designed to, yes, look after ourselves, look after our progeny, but look after others like us. She's not executing that subroutine at the moment, which is kind of interesting. So that starts to point towards the social part of her brain isn't quite functioning as we might hope or expect. Now, look, if I had done this to my children, I would be the first person to stand up. So that idea of being, I'd be the first person to admit to this, usually is best when there's a potential group blame. Okay, when there's a bunch of people that, and it's like, no, I would bring myself right forward. I would be the most to blame. Well, hang on. In this case of a mother murdering children, if you put your hand up for that, you would be the only person. So why do you use a group-based idea around this? Well, because you're trying to distance yourself and push blame around. So then we get it again in a mother couldn't live with herself. So again, this is distancing. It's attaching yourself to the idea of the mother, but you're not saying, I as a mother couldn't live with myself, or I'm a mother, I couldn't live with myself. It's going a mother. So distancing and projecting out towards others. And then when she's put forward this idea of a psychopathic theory, then we start to see the anger. We see the eyes lock. We see the tightening of the upper lip there. Anger starts to be produced because she's been putting out the option, I believe, of an acute psychosis theory that, like, I could have done it. I just don't remember. And there's all kinds of good reasons for that. But you could come down to, okay, acute psychosis, let's reduce the sentence. She doesn't like the psychopath idea. She's not going for that one, which makes me feel like she understands potentially what that diagnosis means. What that diagnosis tends to mean at this level is a reduction in your status, which means you are no longer at human social level. When we say, hey, you're a psychopath, we're trying to reduce you to a subhuman level. People who are psychopathic really don't like that. They don't like being reduced to a subhuman level because they also have a belief that they are bigger and grander and better than others. They've got more, they're bigger, they're grander, they're smarter. And so that reduction makes them really, really upset in my experience. Who we got next? Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with all of you guys. And to Scott, to your point, you hear that all the time. Well, they definitely need help. Definitely they should issue an apology to the victim's family, of course.
Thank you so much, brother, for the super chat. God bless, bro. I appreciate that so very much. And thanks for being here again, Cap. Appreciate you so very much, sir. Very generous.
Like a written apology, a formal apology. We hear that all the time. And I think this is one of the most ridiculous statements I've ever heard in an interrogation. If you watch this really closely, she smiles at the suggestion of psychopath. I had to watch it, admittedly, 3 or 4 times. I had to hold my finger down on that little slider button this morning. Well, we all upload these videos into a folder the morning that we record these. But you can see a smile at the psychopath remark. And the blink rate goes up the moment that she starts to correct that. She smiles and then realizes, I need to fix this. And Greg, to your point, one of the best quotes that I remember from my training is, when the crap hits the fan, you will default to whatever you have done 1,000 times or more. And like, our night vision is really complex. It's got some stupid little buttons on it when they should be giant buttons. It's hard to work. In the daytime, when you're looking in a mirror, it's still hard to work. It's harder to work when it's 115 degrees. It's 2 a.m. There is no moonlight, and you're wearing gloves, and you're in trouble. It's not just a weapon. You've got to run all kinds of stuff, and you've got to do that for hours and hours. So she's defaulting to what worked for her in childhood, and that's where we're forming all of these things. We're forming our personality. So this kept me alive. This got me results, and this made me suffer. So that's 1,000 hour, 10, 15, 20,000 hours that she's been practicing some of these things here. And that's all I got.
Cool.
If I had done this to my children, I would be the first person to stand up and say, oh my God, I need help. What have I done? A mother couldn't live with herself.
But now, Darlie, they're saying that you could live with it because you're a psychopath and that you could kill and not have a conscience
Sure, that
about
fits
it.
their theory. Happy birthday.
What really worked for the prosecution at the trial was this videotape of the party at the grave.
Happy birthday, dear darling.
I asked Darlie to look at it again.
Do you not say, as I do, oh, for heaven's sake, Darlie, chewing gum, smiling, spraying silly string, and the jury wanted to see it over and over again? You still don't think it was wrong?
No, maybe it's not the way that everybody would choose to do. But I can guarantee you the last thing a guilty person would do was to do that.
That's the best.
Who's the dude? Who's the dude on the side with his hands in his?
That's her
the
husband.
isn't it?
Yeah, he's like uncomfortable too, man. He's like, I don't know about this.
What about a silly string at a funeral of anybody's? That's your own kids. That's 8 days after the kids died. 8 days.
Yeah, he's not happy. God. He's not happy.
Yeah.
Lord. All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I don't know whether you're going to include that bit that we were just talking there. So let's bring it up. Yeah, the dude there who I now understand is the husband, who is not liking it at all. Hands in pockets, uptight.
Anything's possible, James. Could the husband have done it in anger towards her, drugged her, killed the kids, then stabbed her, dressed looking like an intruder to not be? Very, very possible, especially if she was drugged. He wouldn't have to do much to change his appearance. If that was something, he could have just put a hat on or something, flipped himself around and just say it. You know what I mean? So I don't know, dude. I don't trust him. Something about him bugs me. I don't know what it is, you guys. I haven't put my finger on it yet. Thank you so much, Wisdom, for doing that. For Mama Bear. Appreciate that, guys. Those are Mama Bear's links anybody wants to support her channel in that way, it is very much appreciated. And thank you again, Miss Sherry. I think, did I miss another one? No, those are it. Okay, good deal. It would be impossible to not be emotional or not emotional enough to satisfy. Yeah, it seems to be. Like I said, I don't always agree with everything they say. One of them I do like more than the other three. I'll say that much. So,
head down, like he doesn't think it should be going down this way. Now, look, having said that, husbands, wives, partnerships grieve in very different ways, and losing a child can be one of the things that will split you up. If you've lost a child and you stay together, that's really hard work. A lot of blame goes in all kinds of directions around this. So it's tough to keep that together. Okay. So we could expect some kind of, fractioning there, and we don't know how she's going to respond to grief. So, there is a possibility. I can quite see it myself. Well, let's have a birthday party like the kid would have had a birthday party. There are some reasonable reasons for the video that we see. So I'm not going to look into that, because it depends on your bias as to how you could look at that. The gum chewing, the smiling, if you bring grief into it,
understand completely,
it's a
Bonnie.
tough one to look at. However, the last thing a guilty person would do, and so we've got, again, this idea of thinking about what would a guilty person do, what wouldn't they do, and the idea of I'm being judged, the knowing that I'm being judged all the time, and I need to project the right image of what somebody, would do or wouldn't do in this situation.
Or the silly string. Look, I've lost a child. 7 days later, you're not happy. You're not cheerful. I can't remember how long it took before.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Darlie. Chewing gum, smiling, spraying silly string. And the jury wanted to see it over and over again. You still don't think it was wrong?
No. Maybe it's not the way that everybody would choose to do. But I can guarantee you the last thing a guilty person would do was to do that.
All right.
Your husband's mother said to me, you said to her, wouldn't you want to see the person who did this die? Do you remember those words?
I do. And I still feel that way today.
But if it's you who dies?
I know the truth. I know what really happened. I know that somebody else did this. So if I'm put to death, I'll leave this world with a free conscience.
All right. Greg, what do you got?
I don't have a whole lot on this one. Her blink rate increases a little bit, but she's doing a romancer, staring right at the woman's eyes, trying to make sure she says the right thing. And
okay, and that's pretty much it for that, because it's just.
I was gonna say this is getting a little
same things again and again and again and again. I just wanted to get what they thought of her, as far as what they believe, whether they believe her or not, pretty much. And it's just they're going in a circle with this one, probably because there is nothing else for them to pick apart. You know what I mean? So there is that. All right, guys. Now here we go. One moment here.
Hiya, Cassie. When did you pop in? Apparently not on my side.
Make sure you guys, if you haven't yet, make sure to hit the like button over there, guys. Okay, here's the one interview I wanted you guys to hear too. Hold on here.
All right. I'll let you slide this time.
So Ken Maines interviewed her sister, Darlie's sister. You guys are familiar with Kenny. I love a lot of what Ken does. A lot of people don't. I do. But either way, this is an interview with Darlie's sister, and I thought this was quite interesting too towards this.
People know who you are and kind of what you represent.
Sure. So I am Danelle Stahl-Fugate. I am Darlie Routier's youngest sister. And I have been advocating for her majority of my life since I was about 14 years old. But more recently, once I kind of got my kids to a point where they're old enough to understand what's going on, and with the Innocence Project coming aboard, I knew that there would be a lot of public.
And that's something else, you guys. I didn't know a lot of you. I don't know if I announced it or not, but the Innocence Project did pick up Darlie's case. And they're working as we speak to prove her innocence and get her off of death row. That says a lot to me in some senses. And I'm curious to see what comes from that too. But this is an interesting interview. I'll say that too.
Publicity related to Darlie's case, and that eventually will impact them. So I decided to take that into my own hands and start preparing the general public and my children for reality of what we're fixing to go through. Darlie is.
And there's the link to Unsolved No More, Kenny's channel, guys. Check him out. I think you'd be pleased with a lot of what he covers, how he covers it. He's pretty he's rough around the edges, but he's pretty real, folks. So check him out. I think you'll be pleased. There's the link again. Thank you very much.
Hopefully going to be exonerated soon, and with that will come a ton of media attention and skeptics and stories and articles and all kinds of stuff. And so if I can kind of get the head start and get everybody acclimated to what that was like for us 27 years ago, then they'll be more prepared. At least that was my thought process. So here I am on some social media platforms trying to advocate for my sister and trying to share the information that was misrepresented or things that were not known at the time that are known now. Just trying to clear up some of the misconceptions involved with her case, because the media just absolutely destroyed our family in the general public. And that was really hard to get past. It was almost impossible for my mother to ever get past. So I just wanted to have kind of the head start on it and write it the way I wanted it to be read instead of somebody else writing it for me. So here we are.
Well, that makes sense. Could we just go back to the beginning a little bit? You said this happened, I guess, probably when you were a teenager. What was your life like with Darlie growing up?
So Darlie was my oldest sister, and she was very much a big part of my life. We were a very close-knit family. We did everything together, every event, every holiday, almost every weekend. We were all together. After Darlie and Darren got married, they moved to Dallas, and we moved shortly after that. There was more opportunity in Dallas than there was in Lubbock, and my mom just couldn't stand to be away from her daughter. So we picked up and we moved to Dallas, and
yeah, she's on death row right now, Vix.
Remember one time in my entire existence where I have seen Darlie be ugly to somebody, be rude in response to something. I've never seen her be violent. I honestly cannot remember her ever even spanking her boys. It's just, personality was very mild, very happy-go-lucky, bubbly, sweet, sincere, genuine. There was a lot of bad about Darlie. Like, really, that you could consider to be a negative connotation to Darlie would be that she was vain. But aren't we to some degree? I mean, we all want to be looked at and thought to be attractive. And so she definitely wanted to be pretty and wanted to look nice.
Yeah, what was the age gap between you guys?
Darlie is 12 years older than me. So she very much was like a second mother to me. She was always taking care of us and, helping around the house and toting us around. She was not just my sister, but she was my person.
Understood.
So it's really hard to see people. I was not going to cry. It's hard to see people believe such erroneous things about somebody that you love.
Yeah.
That deserves so much better. And that's the hardest part, because I know her and my family knows her and we understand who she was and who she still is. And so to see these people, it kind of redistribute the information that she was an evil, self-centered, hateful, violent person is so far from the truth. It would be like your favorite female person in your entire life, somebody that you know would go to the ends of the earth for you and just about anybody else to help you in any way possible. It would be like that person being accused of killing their loved one. That's essentially the equivalent that I have to deal with.
Sure. And you were
So-
saying about the people redistributing the information that they got and how hurtful that is. And I am sure that I am part of that. And I'm sure that that's one of the reasons you originally reached out to me. And you did it very, lack of a better word, kindly. But I could tell your sternness as well. And I understood that. And that's the reason that I reached back out to you, because one of the things that I hate is people that point the finger and are so vile and evil when they don't know the person. They may hear things, facts, and they put it together in their brain and then they attack. And I don't like that. I think a person needs all of the facts, and not just facts. You have to talk to the family members and friends who know them. And that is very important. And you brought that up.
Yes. And unfortunately, with Darlie's investigation, they did not talk to Darlie's family. They developed this theory. It started with James Cron, who was a consultant. He came in at like 6 o'clock in the morning, and by 6:30, he had Darlie pegged as the intruder. And from that moment moving forward, everything was developed with that in their brain. They never reached out to anybody that would have been a beneficial interview to Darlie's character. The only people they reached out to, now they kind of set out feelers to pretty much anybody that they could find in contact with Darlie's life. But the only ones they actually got a second interview with or wrote down notes on was the ones that had something negative to say about Darlie. They didn't follow up on any leads because to them, they didn't think those leads were important, because in their mind, they knew that it was Darlie. And that is how they got this misrepresentation of who Darlie was as a person. And that's really what allowed them to believe that she was capable of doing this, because there was a handful, I'm going to say less than what I could count on my fingers, of people that had anything negative to say about Darlie. And I mean, that should speak volumes, because when you're 26 years old, you're infallible and you do nothing wrong. And typically you're going to have more haters at 26 years old than you would at any other time. You've met a ton of people and you've made enemies along the way. And that's just how it is. Darlie did not have a ton of haters. Darlie's entire family supported her. There's not been one single family member that has said, oh, I don't know, maybe she did it. Not one. There's none. And that also speaks volumes to me as well. There was a lot done in that first 48 hours that was done blindly. They didn't even have a written statement from Darlie at that time. They had the initial comment that she made to Officer Waddell saying that she had been attacked, the description of the man. They had the 911 call. They had what she had told Officer Wallings, who was the second officer. Basically, it was just a description of what she remembered. And that was it. That was basically what they had. And when they tried to reconstruct and do a crime scene analysis, they really had some of those details wrong, and it really impacted how they processed everything else moving forward. And that's kind of why we are where we are right now.
Okay. If you remember back, I'm sure, because you're saying that people got things wrong during the assessments and stuff. You kind of watched at least a little bit of what I had to say, and you had brought up that I had gotten some things wrong. Do you remember what those things are off the top of your head?
Some of them.
Okay.
I had written a whole list of notes, and it's on my counter at the house. I know that one of the things that was brought to me, which made me first watch your coverage on Darlie's case, was the couch. And you were under the impression that there was not blood on the couch. And that was mentioned by Mr. James Cron. And I think that the reason that that is important is because there was a couple different details that were not included in his assessment. First of all, I think he may have been under the impression that she was on a completely separate couch. I don't know that he has ever verified which couch he originally thought she was on, but she was actually on the couch that was parallel with that back wall and the glass sliding door. And she also had her head closest to the TV, not facing away from the TV. So when you look at the pictures, there is definitely blood on that couch. She was laying on a pillow, and she also had a blanket. Her nightgown shows that the blood traveled over her left shoulder. She was lying kind of towards her left shoulder, and when her neck was cut, that blood traveled back and up over her shoulder. To me, that kind of supports and nullifies the idea that she cut her throat at the sink, because your blood doesn't run up and back over your shoulder. That would defy gravity. And it certainly supports the fact that she was lying on the couch when that initial wound was inflicted. I also think that a lot of people have this misconception that, you know, there's going to be blood on every surface as soon as you're injured. And Darlie did not have any arterial leads. Damon had no arterial leads. Devin did have an artery that was punctured, but it was very internal. And so that bleeding was not squirting out like you would expect on an arterial bleed, like you see in Hollywood. It's very much not like the Hollywood representation of a murder. When her neck was cut, she was lying down. There was an altercation. We know there was an altercation because of her bruises and the state of her physical being. The inside of her lips were all tore up like hamburger meat. They were just raw and kind of damaged, for a lack of better words. She had bruising under her chin, some cuts under her chin. She had a cut on her cheek. She had bruising all over her breast. She had bruising from her wrists down to her armpits. There was a lot of bruising that indicated she had suffered some kind of altercation, and the blood supports that probably happened on the couch. She did not ever say to Officer Waddell that she fought the intruder at the counter. That's nowhere on the 911 call. You cannot hear it anywhere on the 911 call. She does say that she was frightened or fighting. It depends on how you hear that comment. But even if it is, she was fighting. At this point, she's been attacked. We know she's been attacked. So she's able to understand that, okay, well, I was just fighting somebody off. It's not necessarily, I remember specifically the conflict or the engaging in a fight itself, because she really has no recollection of the actual attack. Her recollection starts when she hears Damon saying her name, pushing on her shoulder. She kind of sits up and sees this intruder or this figure receding from the crime scene and leaving through the kitchen. And at that point, she feels very panicked and anxious. She gets up and follows him out of instinct because she has no idea who this person is or what he's doing in her house. She doesn't know that she's been cut. She doesn't know that the boys are injured. Damon was just talking to her at her shoulder, so she has no idea.
You're muted, dude.
Sorry. Dick Wolf is the producer, director, whatever, that created the Law and Order series, Special Victims Unit and stuff like that we were talking about earlier, Bix. Bob, if you're not familiar, I don't know if they show those over there or not, but I thought they did. But that's who that is. And he has some other stuff he's produced as well. He's really good. But that's who that is, Bix.
Follows this intruder. He goes out, drops the knife in the laundry room as he's leaving. She follows, picks up the knife out of instinct. When you have kids, you're always thinking to keep your kids safe first. And she did have a toddler. An infant. Drake was only 7 months old at the time. So that is kind of where things started for her. That's her memory of the actual attack itself. From that point moving forward, she comes back and puts the knife on the counter, turns on the light switch, calls 911, and yells for Darren. I think she had yelled for Darren as she was getting the phone. And, there's kind of, before she dials, she has Darren already coming downstairs. Darren comes downstairs and starts assessing the situation. He does CPR on Devin. He tells her to get towels. What happened? Oh my gosh. He doesn't realize Damon has been hurt at this point. Darlie is on the 911 call. She's already provided towels to Darren. She is not medically trained, and she has never had any kind of first aid training. Instinctually to her, she wet towels, which actually could have been beneficial considering they were lung wounds. You want to occlude the air from getting in, but that was not intentional on her part. She wet them because she thought she needed to wet them. She gave them to Darren. She laid one over Damon after he had laid down. She told him, it's okay, baby. It's okay. Hold on, baby. Hold on. He is stopped in between the entry way into the living room and the living room, kind of right there at the corner. He laid down. She put a towel over his back. She's back and forth to the kitchen, to the bar, and to Devin. Darren does say in one of his interviews, it may be actually in the testimony, that he is doing CPR trying.
Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
On Devin, and when he blows into his mouth, blood comes up and is everywhere. And he also says that Darlie was helping him at one point with the CPR and tried to hold Devin's wounds closed, thinking it would help get him breathing again. But they had no idea he had actually bled to death, and there was nothing they could have done at any point. So there's CPR being performed, and she is there in touching distance to Devin, which could very logically explain the one little drop that's on her back. There's a couple other drops on her chest. I think there was a drop on maybe her left shoulder. I'd have to get my notes to tell you exactly all of those details, but you also have to remember that some of that blood that is the boys is transfer stains, because she was touching and handling the boys after they were bleeding. So there was the cast off that Mr. Bevel was so adamant about. If you watch the video, that's not a realistic posture for how somebody would stab somebody else. It's very exaggerated. He lifts the knife back all the way over his head, which is not realistic either. And he also, the way that blood drop falls, she would almost have to be completely parallel to the children when she stabbed them. Also, to go back to that Darlie called 911 while Damon was still alive. If she had done these things, would she have woken up Darren and called 911 while her victim is still alive? And would she have inflicted those wounds in such a visible place? I mean, her forearm and her neck, we live in Texas, that's pretty much always exposed. Even in the dead of winter, we're wearing short sleeve shirts. So if she was as vain as Greg Davis had implied, would she have inflicted these nasty scars to her neck and her forearm? I don't think so. I think it would have been a more subtle presentation of injury. You also have to remember that she had a gold necklace on at the time of the attack. And when you stand up, your necklace falls at the lowest point. And her necklace was in fact embedded into that wound. And if she was standing up when she cut her throat, that knife probably would not have even touched where that necklace was lying. Because she was lying down when she was attacked, the necklace was a little bit higher. When the knife went across her throat, it caught on that necklace and brought it into the wound. And it was definitely in the wound when the paramedics put the dressing on her throat. The one paramedic said that whenever he unclasped it in the ambulance and tried to remove it, Darlie kind of grimaced and he could tell that it was painful for her. So he stopped removing it and just left it exactly where it was, taped up under her gauze. When they got to the ER, they brought her in. They took off that dressing, evaluated her quickly, and when the nurse saw the necklace, he just removed it from her neck. And at that point, the paramedic had already kind of dislodged it from where it was stuck in there. So they packaged that up and turned it over to the police. There is a nick in that necklace. It very well could have saved her life. The injury itself to her neck goes through the platysmus muscle. And I'm sorry, I'm word vomiting all over you. The incision that was left behind touches and goes through the platysmus muscle, which is that muscle that controls this front part of your neck and has a lot to do with how you can control your control the movement of your head.
Yeah, when you guys go like this and you see those muscles bulge, that's what those are. Because I'm a nerd and I know those things.
Went through that muscle and then touched the sheath that covers the carotid artery. Anatomically speaking, that sheath is thought to be 2 to 3 millimeters thick. If it had severed through that, there would be nothing stopping it from severing her carotid artery, and that would have been immediate death. The only thing that prevented that was that necklace. And that necklace shows the nick where it was definitely damaged in the attack. I don't want to derail your process here, so I'll let you ask me another question, and I'll try to keep it just to that question. I'm sorry.
No, you're doing fine. I understand your position, and so I obviously want to give you a lot of space to be able to talk about whatever you need. Why do you think that they're called? Going off of the wound that you just described, how did it get out there that it was a superficial wound?
That's a great question. So medically trained personnel understand that superficial is a description of location in medicine. Your superior vena cava is superior to your heart, but it's still deep inside your chest. So it is used in the doctor's note, which I also have to point out was dictated after Darlie was arrested. But the note itself is dictated to reflect the word that the injury is superficial to the strapnoid muscle, which is a deeper muscle that lies kind of parallel with the jugular vein, the carotid artery, and that vagus nerve that goes through there. So That is the only place in any documentation in her medical record that uses the word superficial. The idea that these wounds were superficial kind of stems from that documentation. They were close to the surface in most cases. I mean, this one to her shoulder was not superficial. It actually was a deeper stab wound. This one to her neck, actually, according to Dr. DeMaio, who is a world-renowned forensic pathologist, he says it appears as if it is a stab wound that was kind of a continuation. So it was not attempted as, you know, a traditional cutting of your throat, but it was actually attempted as a stab wound. And Darlie at that point was trying to fight off this stab wound. So instinctually, she was defending herself.
Which means what happened, more than likely happened, and I've seen this before. Like, she was stabbed inward. She probably moved away and pulled herself, which is what pulled it, okay? Trying to defend or get away, per se, which makes a lot of sense. You see that happening a lot, actually. Welcome back, Alicia. Thank you for coming back. Appreciate you. So, in that context, superficial just means above, right? The other one was pretty deep. And I think the only reason why this became so superficial is only because he didn't get to do more damage because she moved. If she'd have laid still more, he'd have probably could have clearly almost decapitated her, guys, cutting through. Okay. And jugular would have been completely separated. She'd have bled to death and all that. But she started moving and defending and fighting her back against it. Excuse me. In turn, that he didn't get to complete the task he was trying to perform, or she, or whoever did it. Okay, I'm just saying. So that's why it was so superficial. It wasn't because there was care taken when cutting. Okay, that was a very close call, and there was a lot of luck behind that. She got lucky, thank God, that it didn't do what it did. We'll just say that. Right, yeah, she woke up and fought back, and that's what stopped that situation from happening.
And as she pushed him away, that stab wound was kind of drug across her neck, and that's what left the slash. And then the continuation could be from that shoulder stab wound, could be a continuation of this. It's kind of in a line. So it could very well be a continuation of that one motion. The forearm incision that they called an incision, an incised wound just means that it is longer than it is deeper, or it's wider than it is deeper. It depends on what verbiage you want to use there. But the incision itself was a little bit wider than what the depth of the wound was. And that arm was in motion when she was stabbed. So that would explain why it's a little bit wider, but it did in fact go to the bone, and it is on the outside of her forearm. So if you look at your forearm, it would be just like this. If I'm holding my arm up defending myself, it would be right there in that visible area. And for her to have done that herself, she would have had to use her non-dominant hand and turn her arm almost like, see my hands like this. She would have almost had to turn her arm like this and inflicted that incision if she were to do it herself. The wound on the neck is in zone 2. This is medical stuff. It's in zone 2. And zone 2, the definition of a deep wound is any puncture that penetrates through the platysmus muscle. According to the medical definition of a deep wound in zone 2 of your neck, that was a deep wound. That is the medical definition. That is just a fact. That is not anybody's opinion. That is fact. The other wounds, you can call them superficial if you're going to be measuring them in regards to other anatomical structures, but they're still stab wounds. The knife wound on her forearm would not have stopped had it not been for the bone. That essentially is where the idea that they were superficial came from. Toby Shook met with Santos, who was the doctor that was in charge of the surgery. Dr. Dillon was a resident that was in there. They did have some bleeding in the emergency room that required Dr. Santos to hold pressure on her neck. In that specific open wound, he held pressure until they could get everything scrubbed and ready to repair. If you know any medical professionals that know trauma surgeons, they will agree with me that that is well below what a trauma surgeon typically does. They are not going to hold pressure on a superficial wound if it is not life-threatening. You're talking about a trauma surgeon. They're not going to do that just for shits and giggles. Like that means that it was actually a serious wound. Dr. Toby Shook, when he spoke with them, he kind of planted those seeds that we think she's guilty. The police had already been up at the hospital and had been talking with some of the medical professionals, interviewing them while Darlie was still in the hospital. And so those seeds of doubt were already planted. Dr. Santos wrote up his report, but all of his information, including those initial notes that he wrote, handwritten notes, do indicate that it was a serious injury and that she was hysterical, and that all of the things that he testified to on the stand were kind of the opposite of what his notes reflect. The legal standard is your medical records, not the opinion that you say after the fact, because we are so suggestible as human beings. If I think somebody is guilty of something, I'm going to look at it, their behavior, what they did before, how they acted. I'm going to look at it very differently. If I think that they're innocent, then I'm going to look at it very differently. Kind of like whenever you're in an argument with somebody, most of the time you listen to defend yourself. You're not listening to try to understand things. In our brains, when we hear certain things, we're listening to try to justify our opinions, try to find supporting facts for our opinions. And we're not listening to understand really what we have been presented. So I think that's kind of where that came from. It is absolutely not superficial wounds according to medical definition. Superficial was only used in relationship to it being above the strapnoid muscle. That's it.
Yeah, I always find it very fascinating in my 20 years, 30 years of doing this, is that how you can get experts to look at a piece of evidence and they see completely different things. Now, sometimes they see completely different things because of the old mighty dollar. It depends on who they're getting paid by.
Absolutely. Yep.
I've been approached before about testifying for a defense. Hey, could you just say, that it looks like this? You're not lying because you said it kind of, but you believe this. Well, no, I'm not going to do that. My integrity is worth more than that. But I see it all the time, especially in high profile cases. I looked at cases where Cyril Weck, a great forensic pathologist, and Dr. Warner Spitz, who I feel is one of the best as well. And they'll look at the same evidence and they disagree. And it always boggles my mind because they're experts. They're not lay people who you would expect to disagree. Hell, we can't agree what color the sky is half the time, but you're experts.
Yes.
And it's almost like you overthink it to produce your qualifications or whatever it is to boost your ego, that you can't agree on what it is.
Yes, it's very much so two things I want to point out there. In Texas, anybody that has more information about a subject than the general public could be considered an expert witness.
That's how it is here too.
Yes, it's a little different now. You do have to have more to support your claim to be an expert, but back then it was not like that at all. Also, an expert witness is testifying to their opinions on the matter, what they think happened based on the information they received. And all of our opinions are going to be different based on what we've been through in life, what we've experienced, what we've seen, what we've researched. Yep. So you're going to get a difference of opinions. And if you shop around and you ask enough people, you're going to find an expert witness that will support it. Yep, sure. Absolutely. And it is a business. Being an expert witness is definitely a business. Look at Tom Bevel. He has made this his now career. And he does so by finding cases that he can speak to. And if he is paid the right amount of money, he says what is needed to be said. Now, I don't think he would genuinely get up there and fabricate a big fat lie, but I think he looks for creative ways to interpret the blood spatter. And that's very dangerous because you can't be creative with those things. You have to rely on it for what it is and not try to stretch it to meet what you want it to say.
Tell the truth.
It has to just tell you exactly what it is. And that's all you can get from it. That's it.
And sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you just can't interpret it. And that is a lot with blood evidence. I mean, I've seen that a lot, specifically.
Yeah, it's very subjective. It's very subjective.
So we talked about that last night, Hemisphere. I have another one to go over today too, later, before we do our creepy show tonight. So yeah, I agree with you, Hemisphere. It does kind of remind you a little bit of.
But why do you think then? I mean, do you blame the media, or do you blame the investigators to the narrative that your sister is a murderer?
It is very much the perfect storm. Susan Smith had happened almost a year exactly prior to this. There was the media's conception that, it was so salacious that a mother would kill her children that they had really jumped in on that and thought, everybody wants to hear about the story because it is so tragic and it is so polarizing. And so the media had just started doing this 24-hour reporting thing. Crime stories were really kind of on the top of the production list. Like everybody was kind of jumping in on that side of things. And so this 24-hour reporting really fed into how people saw the case.
Her sister, you guys, is really impressive to me. She's very smart, and seems to be very good at what she's doing. She's absolutely right. This Susan Smith had happened not too long before this. So the fact that how this went down, and for them to be able to, everybody had finally accepted Susan Smith killed her children, and it was just like, oh my God. In the beginning, how does that happen? Nobody does that. Blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? So this case, everybody went back to it and said, "Oh, here we are again, and it's happening again, and all that kind of stuff." You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, I'm glad that her sister is kind of working for her, because she does have a lot of. If Darlie's innocent, this is very helpful to her, because she's very smart, a lot of insight. She's looked into all the stuff she needs to, and is learning more from it to be able to do what she's doing. So yeah, she's on point with a lot of this, and she's given really good details that you didn't get in a lot of other stuff. Do you know what I mean? And help to understand some of what the narrative was made to be, and how everybody could see things the way they're seeing it, you know? Very, very much so, Eddie. I agree. Very strong conversational powers, and she knows how to carry and lead. Like, Ken Maines is a very dominant person, okay, for lack of better terms. He's a very dominant person. She's had control of this. That's odd for him. If you watch any of his interviews, typically he carries and leads the entire thing. She's had control of this almost the whole time. Whether he gave her that control or she just took it, I can't tell you. Maybe a little bit of both, but she's very strong with this. And I really liked this interview. That's why I want you guys to see this, because it's definitely helpful in leading us to understand a little bit more about the situation based on what we already know. Take what she's saying, put it together, and you got a story, guys, that makes some sense. So, and I can see it on both sides. You know, I could see it, and I see the innocent side a little bit more as her sister's explaining this too. So there's that, and that's very helpful. So just to give it to you. Why not all three? Like, and that's, yeah, I know, that was always my biggest question, is why didn't they go after the baby? I don't know if it was because the baby was upstairs and that would take more time per se. If the intruder did this, why didn't that happen that way? Because I for a long, I don't know, I'm still questioning it, that Darren was involved in it. Maybe it was easier to take care of one baby as compared to three. Okay. That feeling too. So I don't know. There's a lot of what ifs in this too. That need answered, in my opinion, but maybe they will be. Dago, I missed your stream last night. I caught right when you went off for the night. I had to go truth. Oh yeah. Miss Lana had a show last night. Pretty good. I heard. Got excited over it. I think a lot of us are getting excited. I got excited last night too, Hemisphere. If you go back and watch it, I was kind of going off a little myself. So, yeah, he does, Allison. He seems to, this is Kenny Maines, mind you. He's his own guy, but he's showing a lot of respect for her. I agree with that too. Once these women are awake to bad men, they'll avoid it. What's the spot? Agreed. Thank you, Vix.
We were placed under a gag order almost immediately after Darlie was arrested, so we couldn't tell our side of things. We also were trusting the cops that they were doing exactly what they were telling us they were doing, which was investigating the case. And in fact, they were not investigating the case, they were investigating Darlie. And because they put their energy and their focus into Darlie, they very well could have missed some significant things. Like, things could have been completely overlooked because they didn't look for it.
Gee, sounds familiar once again, doesn't it? Like, we have one person. This is the person. Nothing else matters. You can show me whatever you want, and it's not going to matter. That seems to be what they did here in this case again, which we've seen very recently again. So there's that.
They sprayed the sink with luminol, but they didn't check for footprints anywhere in the house because they didn't think there was anybody else but Darlie.
But do you
So
understand,
they weren't really.
I'm sorry. Do you understand why they thought that?
I understand that James Cron planted that seed, and then they started to develop things that fit that theory. Officer Waddell has said before that in interviews that when he entered that scene, initially he thought Darlie was innocent based on her behavior based on what he walked in on. He felt like she was innocent. The next day, he comes back. He's told that they're pinning it on Darlie. They think Darlie's responsible for all of this.
Now, there it is. I'm glad she said that, because that's all it takes, you guys. Think about that. And once again, we see it. When he first came onto the scene, he thought she was innocent based on her reactions and how she was acting. Okay. A seed was planted by one specific individual, and it was spread throughout and got bigger and bigger and bigger. And the next day, guess what? Darlie did it. Sounds familiar once again. Once again, sounds familiar. I'm just saying. Keep that thought in mind.
Then he comes back and he writes a supplemental report to include the fact that he told her to get down and help your babies, and she never did. That is absolutely not on the 911 call, and he did not speak to her after the 911 call. So did he fabricate that, or did he misremember that? Absolutely, because it is not in the 911 call. It's not anywhere in the 911 call. But that comment that he made, along with the comment that James Cron made that, well, there's no intruder here, along with Mr. Charlie Lynch coming in saying, well, that sink looks awfully clean. Those things together kind of laid the groundwork for a wrongful conviction. Mr. Cron saying that.
And rather than law enforcement investigator situation, they're going to take what a coworker says, another law enforcement officer said, well, this looks that way. This looks that way. This looks this way. I think this. Oh, okay. Well, that's easier. We don't have to investigate now. Come on. Come on, guys. We see it all the time. Here we are again. Could Darren be an informant and someone wanted to shut him up? It could be. There could have been that they had money to an extent, and there was money issues to an extent, and it could be that money was owed to somebody. Okay. I've always thought that was a possibility. It could have been what you just said, Kim. There's a couple could be's here that really do make some sense. I just I have issues with Darren. I really do. Whether it be that it's Darren's fault that it happened, whether it be that Darren did it, whether it be that Darren, because it was weird to me. Also, he supported Darlie through the whole thing. Absolutely. She's innocent. She's innocent. She's innocent. Once she's convicted and gone, he moves on right away. Think about that. You know, he has to make, if he did this, he wants to make sure that the blame doesn't hit him. I know this sounds a little conspiracy-like. I'm just being real. So he's got to support the narrative all the way to the end. You know, she's being accused of it, and nobody's letting go of that. But he's going to support her. I support my wife. She didn't do this. She didn't do this until she's convicted and sent out the door, and then he's done. You know what I mean? Think about that a little bit. That's all. Well, I mean, yeah. But see, here's what I heard, Alicia, that he was with somebody. Maybe not that they were divorced yet, but that he was with this other woman very early on is what I mean by that. I'm sorry. Yeah, they didn't get divorced until 2011, but my understanding was that he was seeing this other woman very quickly after Darlie went to prison. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it was in a couple articles that I read, but some of these articles you guys know are just based on bullshit, so who knows? So he stood by her, I'll say that, through the whole everybody at the trial. So I don't know. You know, I don't know that Darren had anything to do with this at all, guys. There's just something about him I can't get past. It might just be me. You know, sometimes we get locked in on something and we can't let it go. It could be just me. I don't know, but it bothered me, though, that the one thing that did bother me the most is that they couldn't find anything about this intruder. That's the thing that bothered me the most, okay? And I didn't get the feeling from her that she did it either. Even with the stupid birthday party thing everybody threw a fit about, because they didn't show it all, like Alicia said earlier. They just showed the part they wanted you to see. Just, yeah. So there's something I can't quite put my finger on yet, but it's there. I'll just say that.
That the blood is on top of the footprint,
Agreed.
Darlie's footprint. Well, that shows that this was a staged crime scene. Let's not take into account that there was 9 people in and out of that house within the first 15 minutes of the crime. 9 people at least. Then there was 4 people that showed up early in the morning and walked through that crime scene. Mr. James Cron himself says that he took a hold of that wine rack and shook the wine rack to see if those wine glasses would fall off, and none of them fell off. Did he maybe dislodge some glass when he did that? I don't know. I mean, it's very possible. Did somebody walking through kick some glass? I don't know. It's very possible. Officer Waddell says that he tiptoed around the glass when he went to look at that door. But then they raised hell because Darlie's feet didn't have cuts on them, but he could tiptoe across the glass, but she couldn't have. She couldn't have walked around it. Also, there was no blood on that glass that was on top of Darlie's bloody footprint. Well, if you think about what that means, if you have fresh, wet blood on the ground, and in a matter of, if Damon died in a 9-minute time frame, that blood would not have been dried in 9 minutes. And she had supposedly broken the wine glass while that blood was still wet. If that blood had landed on top of her bloody footprint, there would be transfer blood on that glass. That blood would have been on that glass. No doubt about it. There was no blood on that glass. And that's documented and photographed. So that's not something that I'm making up. But it is very much supportive of the fact that that glass was kicked there during the investigation at some point after it had dried. And according to the CDC, blood takes about 60 minutes to completely dry. A drop of blood takes about 60 minutes for it to completely dry. There would have been blood on that glass, and there was no blood. And I'm not saying that they purposely contaminated the crime scene. It happens in every single crime scene, especially when there's a live victim still. Paramedics come in, they move stuff around to get where they need to be to provide first aid.
What she said is 100% true. Blood will start to coagulate. Yeah, it'll start to coagulate within a 5-minute period of time, depending on how much there is, but will dry completely. It takes at least, if it's more than a couple drops, at least an hour, because it's a very dense liquid, okay? So yeah, there's no way in hell it would dry within 9 minutes. No.
It didn't go in our favor because it didn't save anybody, and it just kind of convoluted the crime scene. And what they used against Darlie pretty much all could be linked back to contamination of the crime scene. Also, I want to go back to the glass real fast. There was glass on top of the wine rack. So in the wine rack, there was a ice bucket that had tongs sitting on top of it. James Cron talks about it a little bit in his testimony. Doug Mulder asks him, is it possible for that glass to have jumped up and landed on top of that wine rack? And Mr. Cron can't even see the glass in the picture. He has to get his glasses out to look at it. Yet we're supposed to trust that he can identify fingerprints and see evidence clearly, all of that with his bad eyesight. There was definitely glass on top of that wine rack. And Darlie and Darren both say that there was glasses displayed on the top of the wine rack by that ice bucket. There was some like little glass tumblers, and then there was a wine glass. It was kind of just for display. It was kind of like a, you know, when you go into a furniture store and they have something set up to make it look like home. That's kind of what she did, just for show. That wine glass, when the intruder left and bumped into that wine rack, there was a rug right there that he could have tripped over. When he bumped into that wine rack, it knocked over that glass. That glass broke on top of the wine rack, and then the stem rolled off onto the floor where the rest of it kind of dissipated. But that's the only way that glass could have gotten on top of the shelf of the wine rack. There's no other way.
Okay, I want to go back to Officer Waddell and a statement that you made. So I'm going to say that this is probably in support of that officer, because you said that initially when he went in there, he thought that Darlie was innocent and then later changed his mind. Well, that's not uncommon. I mean, you go in and you look at things and you have a gut instinct, but you're trying to assess the situation, what you see. But then when you go back and you start looking at evidence and you're looking at facts, it certainly could change your mind. And it doesn't mean that anything nefarious was taking place. Now, it could, you know, but in support of him, I would say that, hey, that is not uncommon. Now, I don't know him as a person or anything like that. And if police mess up or they do a bad job, I pull it out. I don't support that at all. The worst enemy of a cop is a bad cop. But I just wanted to point that out.
Yes. And I do want to say in his defense, I don't think any of these individuals are bad people. I want to make that very clear. I think they all were just doing a job, and they thought they were doing the best thing in that moment. They thought they were doing good. But because it was tainted from the very beginning, every decision after that will be linked back to James Cron saying that she did it. And the suggestion that this mother is guilty has now been planted in anybody that heard him say that. And those individuals that heard him say that were the individuals responsible for collecting evidence, processing the crime scene, all of that stuff. Before they even touched anything, Cron had told them he thought Darlie was responsible. Actually, he does not name Darlie within the first 30 minutes. He names an inside perpetrator. There was no intruder here, is what he said. Well, that leaves Darlie and Darren was upstairs with the baby. So take that for whatever you will.
Well, wasn't there some indication of a bread knife or something being used from the inside to slice a screen? Can you tell me about that?
Yes.
I got fears, but I ain't got no love.
All right, there we go. Damn, mouse was stuck again. Sorry. That was a good interview. All right, where are we at now? 3:25. Okay. One moment. Sorry, I've been talking this whole time muted. Sorry about that. My mouse got stuck when it froze. But I do have I don't have a toxicology on Darlie. I do have autopsies on the boys, but I don't know that I want to review those. It's really hard to go over an autopsy on a child, guys. It really is. Sorry about the muting thing, folks. One moment here. One minute. Oh, I wanted to give. One moment. Where's it at? Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry again. Okay. All right.
What are you doing? Can you get it?
Well, hello, SRBBBBBB.
We always loved to go all out for the holidays, and Christmas was one of the favorites. I loved seeing them get excited like we were and having that joy. Devin was always doing little silly things. He loved making people laugh. Yeah, so they were so cute because they would have their little outfits for Halloween and stuff, but they would wear them all the time. When Drake was born, the boys were both real excited that they were having a little brother. I loved it. It's holding them, playing with them, taking care of them. It was a joy.
It was just over a week after the murders that you held a party for Devon at his graveside.
We did have a party for him, which I've been.
Okay, so this is why I wanted to show this. I wanted her to tell her side of the story after the fact, after conviction, sitting in prison, about that whole story and a couple other little things that are mixed in this interview. So,
Been ridiculed and judged and torn apart on, but at the same time, when people don't know the full story and know the full facts, you judge. There's not a book that tells you how to do this, how to grieve, how to handle a situation like this. We gave him the party he didn't get to have. And everything that we did was out of love. This is something no parent should ever have to do. No parent should have to bury their child. They took something that was beautiful. They took something that was so innocent and made out of love, and they turned it into something ugly. It was twisted and taken out of context, and they got the reaction they wanted, of course. I'm convicted, but I am not a murderer, and I did not murder my 2 children. I remember my legs just giving out from under me when I saw Devin and Damon in the casket. They looked like they were sleeping, but they were so cold. And I remember just touching them and kissing them and talking to them. It just didn't seem real. It just seemed
Do you believe that you will eventually face the death penalty?
I can't say what the future is going to hold. I can tell you that I'm very hopeful. I'm very positive with the investigation and testing that's happening right now, that I will be exonerated.
Are you more frightened now than you were at the beginning?
I'm less frightened. I'm at peace with myself. I didn't do this. I did not murder my children. I did not attack myself. If they choose to kill me, they'll have to answer to that. That's my innocent blood that will be on their hands.
When they were telling me that I had done this, I was in shock. I was completely blindsided. Just, I couldn't even grasp what they were telling me, that they were saying I was under arrest for murdering my children. A night was just like every other night. School had been out. The boys had been playing in the house and outside. And the boys wanted to sleep downstairs. You know, they had their little blankets and pillows, like a little camp out. I had decided I was gonna sleep downstairs with the boys. The next thing, I feel Damon pushing on my shoulder. And I hear him say, "Mommy, Mommy." When I woke up, I'm a little bit disoriented, but I could see like the outline of a man.
Now, another reason we're watching this again. This is again after obviously conviction and everything. She says that she feels Damon pushing on her shoulder and she's sleeping still. Tells me that she was in a pretty deep sleep, folks, because when she wakes up, she sees somebody walking away, but doesn't re-mention Damon again. And she can hear him saying, "Mommy, Mommy," which again, I still think that's mother instinct hearing their child's voice. But well, she has to be because she's on death row, Allison. There's usually they're all usually in segregation per se. Yeah, it's interesting. I'll say that. What's up, Kim? You said wait. So I wondered something after hearing that, and it took me a while to catch it. Was that what she felt on her shoulder? Was it the baby doing it, or was it something else doing it? And she just heard him off in the distance. You know what I'm saying? I had to think about that because we don't know. She doesn't know. That's what made me wonder if she was drugged. Not to mention what Mama Bear had said about the diet pills she was on. Okay. Could have been those too. But it made me wonder, was it the child doing that? And you just put the two together because you heard him in the distance maybe and felt that, you know what I'm saying? In its sleep, you're groggy. You don't quite put things together. She's out of it. Thank you. So I'm curious, you know what I'm saying? How that actually went down. She didn't actually see, and I know I'm going down a road with this. She didn't actually see who she saw walking away per se. Maybe it was Darren. I can't let it go. I'm sorry, you guys. I can't let it go. Something about him bugs the hell out of me. And that's what I'm thinking. She seemed to be very disoriented. Felt the man stabbing her. She was stabbed in the shoulder, but heard her son calling for her. Right. I mean, I don't think that would have at that point would have mattered, Vix. I don't. I mean, I see what you're saying, but I don't think it would have mattered. She says he's a tall guy. Well, Darren's tall. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. It makes some sense to me. I said, hey, that's okay. No big deal. It's good to see you here today. Do more people believe she's guilty than not? I don't feel it was her. A lot of people think she's guilty, SRB. I've always kind of leaned towards the innocent side because I don't trust this whole thing, and I don't trust her husband, ex-husband. They've had issues with it, so I don't know. I really don't. That's it too. If she's laying down, he may seem taller. That's a good point too, SRB. A lot of people feel she's innocent too. I think Alicia's on the innocent side. CLK, Miss Kim is. Allison said, "I'm feeling it too. If he did this, he pulled off the perfect crime." Exactly, and it can happen. It has happened, Allison. I'm trying to think of the right motive for him, but like it was stated, I think there was only $10,000 per child for the life insurance. That's not going to do a whole lot. Okay. It's really not. It's not going to help fix a whole lot, in my opinion, but it still could be a motive. Okay. It's not a lot, but it could work. But then at the same time, like Alicia said, that, you know, Darren stuck by her for a while. They didn't divorce till 2011. I don't know, but there was 50,000 on her. Yeah. And I don't think that, like I said, when she was stabbed in the neck, she moved and fought back. I think she scared the person away because she did fight back. I think they thought she was going to sleep through it. That's what made me wonder if she was drugged. Okay. I didn't think they felt that she was going to stand up, move, fight, or anything, that they were just going to be able to do what they were going to do and be done, and she was never going to move. Maybe, and that's what made me look at him that way, because maybe he loved her, but was doing what he had to do to get things handled in his mind, you know, money-wise, probably. I don't know, guys. That's one of my theories. The other theory is that they may have owed somebody some money and somebody actually did come in. The problem is they've never been able to prove that there was an intruder in that house. That's always bothered me a lot. So, and that's true. Things were different then, guys. $20,000 then is a lot different than what it is now. That's very, very true, SRB. So we don't know. We don't know. Allison said it could all have been, yeah, very true. Very true. We don't know.
That was going through the end of the living area into the kitchen. There was a sound of glass breaking. I stood up and I started to walk to the kitchen. And there was a knife laying down on the ground right outside the utility room. I picked it up. It was just like an instinct. The man, I guess he had gone out through the utility room into the garage. And at that time,
Yes, neighbors did say that there was a strange vehicle in the neighborhood. So that's why I always said, okay, that's a possibility then. You know what I mean? So who knows? But this case is crazy, you guys. It's crazy. It really, really is.
I could see Devin laying face up. And I flipped on the lights, and I remember screaming and screaming for Darren.
You could die for these crimes, the murder of your two sons.
But the worst has already been done to me. My boys were murdered. That's the worst thing out of all this. I mean,
Exactly. That goes back into it too. The neighbor who had seen the person at her had that person at her door. Yes. Those two things were the two things that really made me say, okay, so there could have been an intruder, very possibly.
them putting me to death is nothing compared to my boys being murdered. I know that somebody else did this, so if I'm put to death, I'll leave this world with a free conscience. It's not about life or death. It's about what's right and what's wrong.
And yes, her voice irritates me like it does many other people. I will have to say that, and I can't lie about that. That's fact. It drives me nuts. But that doesn't mean she's a murderer because she's got an irritating voice. So they were too busy trying to pin it on her to investigate anything else. That's absolutely true, in my opinion, Alicia. That's exactly what happened there. Right. If they would have investigated this the right way, no, they were too busy pulling a Koberger, I'll call it. They wanted to put everything on her. Didn't want to hear, see, or think about nothing else. That's my opinion, but that's what I see.
The cell is 6 by 12. Everything is steel and concrete. All the meals are eaten in the cell. I am permitted to go outside twice a week for an hour. Every time you leave the cell, you have to do a thorough strip search. I have my moments where I break and fall apart, but I don't have anybody to talk to about that. I'm in a cell. by myself, and I don't think I would talk to anybody in here, even if I could. All the wrongs that have been done, being in here for over 21 years for something I did not do. Not only that, but to be accused of the worst thing a parent can be accused of. I miss my babies.
Going to Florida in 2 days. I can't wait.
I have to focus on what the fight is about, finding who did this to Devin and Damon.
And that's gonna do it, y'all. It's a very sad case. Like I feel, or like I said, I've always after listening to everything I've listened to, kind of leaned on the more on the innocent side. I question things, don't get me wrong, but I just can't. I know you guys are sick of hearing me say it. I can't get past her husband. I can't. There's something that's not right there. There's something, in my opinion, that's wrong with him, with you know, his innocence on this per se. But I just can't get it. You know what I'm saying? And I could be wrong. It could just be me because of the way I perceive him. Maybe I don't know, but something I don't like. It's horrifyingly tragic. It really is. These two little guys should be grown up and living their lives at this point, you know, and they're not, guys. It's sad. And I watch her interviews. I've watched her interviews before. I've read stuff that she's written and articles and stuff. Yeah, he does. He stated that he does at some point now. Well, at least the article I read after the fact that he believes she did this. But he stood by her for a long time. Then he came out with a statement he made that he believes that she did it now. I don't even know. I don't even know what to think. I don't like him. So therefore I don't pay much attention to him. Hold on a minute here. I will show you this. I forgot. I was going to throw this in earlier and I didn't get a chance to. 1 minute here. Hold on.
You having issues, dude?
What'd you say, ma'am?
I said, are you having issues?
I am. This one thing won't load.
Oh my God, I see your hands flying up.
I mean, insane. Sorry, you guys. Hold on here.
Yeah. I don't know. It is weird, SRB.
Hmm.
Well, I told SRB that was. Let's see what it does. She said, well, it doesn't surprise me that he would feel that way after he divorced her. And I said, right. It's like, that's kind of why I was asking, if he thought she was guilty. And she said, I wonder why he stuck by her for so long, then decided not to and believe she was guilty. It's just kind of weird.
All right, hold on.
Not what I've heard. She never mentioned or made a comment towards her believing it was him. That I heard anyway.
While being nervous can affect your physiological responses during a polygraph test, it does not automatically mean you will fail. As a skilled examiner takes into account your baseline level of nervousness and only looks for significant changes in response to specific questions, meaning normal anxiety won't cause a failure. However, extreme nervousness can potentially lead to an inconclusive result or raise concerns for the examiner. Normal nervousness is expected. Most people feel anxiety during a polygraph test. Significant changes matter. What determines a potential fail is a large spike in a psychological responses when answering a specific question compared to your normal pattern. Now, if you're really nervous, it can come up inconclusive. And let's listen to what Darren Routier has to say. This is a rare clip. I've never seen this before. And I've looked.
Yeah, this was something newer too that I found lucky. I got lucky on this. This is not out there for everybody.
Whose
typically.
voice is that? I recognize that voice.
At Brian St. John.
Huh.
I'll give you guys a link to this if you want to go back and see this too, because this is rare. Hold on. This is Darren.
To just about everything.
Darren Routier still contends he knows nothing about the deaths of his two boys, even though the results of a polygraph test indicate otherwise. In his report, polygraph examiner
Now, I don't know if you guys knew this. Darren failed a polygraph, okay? I know they're junk science. I know they don't hold up in court, this and so on and so forth. It just adds to the little bucket full of bullshit that I have against him, okay? I don't like the guy. I can't deal with him, and there's one more thing, so there you go.
Stuart Irvin wrote, "My professional opinion is that the subject was lying." But Routier says there's no way he could have passed the test. Not with the way he was treated.
I was manipulated into taking it. They accused me of a lot of things that I won't even get into. They had me extremely stressed. I could tell by the questions that they wanted me to fail it.
Now, Routier says he's stuck with an independent investigator.
See, what Darren doesn't mention is he took that test 3 times and he was only asked 4 questions.
That's a fact. 3 different tests he took, 4 questions asked during the test, and he failed every one of them. Something is not right, okay? Again, I know it's junk science. I know it doesn't hold up. It's inadmissible. He failed it all. I don't care what anybody says. That's a red flag if I've ever seen one.
He was asked if he ran that sock down the alley. He was asked, did he know the name of the person that killed his children? He was asked, did he stab Darlie? And I don't remember the other one. They said it on the Lisa show.
I think the other question was, did he harm his children? But yes, those were all it. So he failed every damn test out of the 3 that he took.
But I do know that he took the test 3 times and he failed it 3 times. How can you be manipulated into taking a test if you have absolutely nothing to hide?
even if that was true that he was manipulated into it once, you weren't the other 2 times, bub. I feel that he's lying about a lot. Okay, this is why I don't like him. I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm usually with these people. I usually call when we cover these cases somebody for who they are. I can usually read them fairly well. There's something dirty about this guy, folks. I don't care what anybody says to me. You're not gonna make me believe I'm wrong. I can't. I've tried to make myself believe I'm wrong. Like, you're just crazy. You just don't want to see this or this or that and anything. Y'all, something is not right with this guy. He's dark. There's some kind of a aura about him or something. I just don't like him. So
I think he failed on. Do you know the name of the person that killed your children? I don't think he knew, that he didn't fail on did you stab. I think he knew Darlie did it. Or he believed it.
Investigator he's not paying, so he can't fire. Ironically, it's the same investigator he asked for help in the first place.
About Texas millionaire Brian Pardo, who, if you look him up, Texas millionaire Brian Pardo, look him up. He had some problems of his own. He owned LifeLock.
And here's the thing: if he believed that Darlie did this, why did he stand by her so steadfast through the whole thing? And then after, that's what bothers me. If this was between me and the creature per se, okay, and I knew or thought she did it, you bet your ass I'm gonna go and testify against her. These are my kids, okay? They come before anything, and I'm not gonna stand by it unless I'm trying to, like I said earlier, drive a narrative home until everything quiets down and I can move forward with my life the way I want to. I know that sounds like conspiracy shit, folks, but I'm just saying it bugs the hell out of me. It really does.
He owned a big company, and he had to pay out $66 million for defrauding his customers.
If he's going to go with these allegations in this direction and go against the truth, then we have no reason to use him for for the purposes. We are in this for the truth.
So why, you might ask, did Routier agree to a polygraph test he didn't believe would get at the truth? He says he had no choice.
It's a no-win situation. I mean, you accept and take the test, whatever the results are, or you don't take the test and then you're not telling the truth.
If you don't take the test, you do look like you have something to hide. But if you do take the test 3 times and you fail it, it wasn't inconclusive. He failed it 3 times.
And that's the difference, folks. Inconclusive and failing, a lot of people are like, it's the same thing. No, this was
something to think about there.
It's a blatant, straight out fail, not an inconclusive result, period. So some ain't right. And again, I don't like the guy because I think that how can I say this? I think he dominated over her. He forced her to look a certain type of way. He whether she wanted to have it done or not, went and paid for her to have a breast augmentation. And the woman that he's with, the new woman, he did the same thing for her. Okay. I mean, this guy's, it's just, I don't like him. He's dirty. He's dirty. Just saying. I think they did them all within a week, SRB. I think. I'll have to look that up for sure, but I thought it was all within a week, within a few days. They waited a day, then stopped, then did it again, then waited a day, and then did it again. I think that's how it works. Yeah, it says if he majorly defrauded customers, he's established himself as having no integrity and seems like a massive liar. Thank you. Maybe that's it too. Eddie says sociopath, and I won't put that past you, bud. I don't know. I don't like him. Or so there's that, you guys, and that's it for it. Oh wait, hold on. Forgot. This was the clip that came right after from the same guy. Hold on. Sorry. This will be the last, I promise. Jeez. So unorganized today. Okay.
Okay, I just got a thought-provoking, interesting thing cross my mind about this particular video that was done by Robert Riggs. He's right outside of the Lou Sterrett Justice Center in Dallas, Texas. He's giving this report about when Darlie Routier took a lie detector test. And I had always blamed Darlie Key for lying in this clip right here. Right? I want to let the clip go. And I want to narrate just a little bit. He did get the records of Darlie Routier's movement within the jail. And he could do that. That's FOIA. So he goes down and he gets the records of her movement and find out that they transported her over here for a polygraph test. And somehow he got his hands on the records of how much the polygraph test cost and everything. He verified that a polygraph test happened. And he also verifies that, Darlie Key met with her mother within minutes of taking the test. So if Darlie Key's mother met her at the courthouse and they let her see her for a minute, that would also be in the transport record. So I want to see if people think that Darlie Key is lying here. And then I want to give a little commentary.
To jail records on Friday, October 4th, during the afternoon, Routier was moved from her cell in the Lou Sterrett Justice Center through the basement sally port into a room at the Crowley Courts building. It was in there that she was given a polygraph exam, which lasted 6 hours. Routier's mother met with her daughter within minutes of finishing the polygraph. Wouldn't she have told you that she
I believe she would have, yes.
And why don't you think she did?
I don't know.
Routier's mother says Doug Parks, the court-appointed lawyer at the time, did not tell the family about the polygraph.
Now, wait. Now, do we think that Darlie Key is lying here? Is there a possibility that she could be telling the truth to Robert Riggs right here, and it's the first time that she heard about the polygraph? Could there be some truth to that? Because if we think about it like this, Darlie could speak to her attorneys about anything she wanted, and those attorneys aren't allowed to go back and tell anybody. So if Darlie was to take a test, right, and she's guilty, she knows she's guilty. I believe that somebody threw out the idea of taking a polygraph, and she didn't know how to say no to that. This is a scenario. I'm thinking like if I was her, right? So here comes this lawyer, and you told him all that you're innocent, and this lawyer comes up to you and says, "Hey, would you consider a polygraph?" She's stuck right then and there with how she's going to answer that. And she's also trying to convince these people that she's innocent. So, sure, I'll take one. Right? And then she can suggest, is it public knowledge, blah, blah, blah. And he can literally keep it out of the prosecution's he could submit to the court, and they don't have to tell the prosecution, which I don't really understand how it would get around in the courthouse because they all know each other. But they didn't have to tell them. So if I think maybe Darlie might have suggested that, she could have suggested that, hey, don't release the results of it until I see it. And she could have also convinced them to say that it was inconclusive. They don't have to tell the truth. They don't have to give those results out, and they never have. They never have. So, I'm going to go back and look at Darlie Key, the way she says this. All right. Now, first of all, I don't know why Darlie Q would want to do an interview with him if she thought that it was public knowledge that Darlie took a lie detector test and failed it. All right? She might not have thought, she could not have thought, or it's probable that she thought that this interview wasn't anything to do with the lie detector. And I think it kind of sprung it on. Now let's see if her body language, if she's out and out lying about it.
The Crowley Courts building. It was in there that she was given a polygraph exam, which lasted 6 hours.
Now they say that he says they met within minutes of the test. The results on a polygraph test, you don't have to wait weeks for them. It's right there. Darlie knew whether or not she passed or not right away. So if she's coming out of there crying and hugging and whatever, she could possibly tell her mother. She doesn't have to tell her mother she took a test. Why are you upset? But it's odd that she just happens to be there within minutes of it. But let's see if we think she's lying here.
Routier's mother met with her daughter within minutes of finishing the polygraph. Would she have told you that she tried this? She would have.
See, real quick, would she have told you that she took, and she's checking her head up and down right away. So we'll go back and look at that.
Would she have told you that she tried this? She would have, yes.
I believe she would have. Now, if you want to go into the way her facial expression is, her eyebrows came together as if she's concerned. She does not look angry. Right? And she realizes that there's a camera on her. Right? So she's like, oh, wow. How did he know this? Right? Or, oh, wow. I didn't know this. She just doesn't look, she's like, wow. And she's confirming, I don't know.
Why don't you think she did? I don't know.
That's a good answer, because if she is just finding out that Darlie took a test and she failed it, and somebody asked her, well, why wouldn't she tell you? The legit answer is, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that Darlie Key knew? Or do you think that Darlene just didn't tell her mother what she was in there?
I don't know, guys. A 6-hour poly. I will say this. I think that if she would have passed it, she would have told. I passed. That's something to brag for, okay? Failing it, I could see maybe not saying anything because you would be worried you might disappoint somebody. You know what I mean? That's just an opinion. So I don't know, but she did take one. They never released the results that I could ever find anywhere. I don't understand that, but I've never seen it anywhere. I've heard rumors that she failed it, but I've never seen anything that can verify that. So I won't say that. You know what I mean? So anyway. So that's going to do it for this one, guys. Now that I've bored Mama Bear completely out of her mind. She said, I'm out, dude.
Whatever.
You sleeping?
Working on my desktop.
What are you doing?
I have a blue screen of death.
You did what?
I said it has the blue screen of death.
Oh, what's wrong with it?
I did a Windows update yesterday, and apparently my computer didn't like it.
Which one did you update for?
Whatever the most recent. It just said restart to update, so I restarted it to update. And
I don't do it.
Didn't like it.
Yep, that's why I won't do them, because I don't trust the new Windows stuff. Thank you, Paula. I hope you guys got something out of it. Like I said, I know a lot of people are torn on this left and right, up and down, guilty, innocent, whatever. I am in the middle still. with this one. I lean a little towards the innocent side because I just don't trust certain things with it. And being that the Innocent Project has this, being that her sister is working on it with him and working on her innocence, maybe we'll see something soon. You know, in the end, even if she were to get out of prison and be exonerated on this, she still doesn't have her kids. You know, that's a horrible thing. I don't know if Darlie did this or if she didn't do it, guys. I can't really figure that out in my mind for myself. We all know one thing I feel, though, don't we?
You don't like her ex.
That's right. I don't like Darren. That's all there is to it, no matter what. So yes, and yes, tonight is Creepy Unexplained and Scary Saturday nights, guys. We are jumping into the can never remember the name of this damn thing. It is called, again, the Hamar Daban Pass out of Russia. This is a crazy story, beyond supernatural and freaky. It weirded me out watching. I got goosebumps watching this whole thing because it's like I don't get scared easy, but this one weirded me out. Truly, Mama Bear. Dyatlov Pass and Donner Pass. Those are all some really creeped out stories. This one defies that, in my opinion, for sure. So that'll be here a little later on when it gets dark out. That way you can be scared for real. And I'll be adding some other things probably in
So
there.
it's gonna be like 10 o'clock.
No. No, it won't be 10 unless I fall asleep. If I do, you guys can cuss me out. But I don't think I will because I'm tearing the coffee up. Yeah, this is way worse than Donner Pass, Kim, and Dyatlov Pass. This one is crazy. Yeah, it's going to be closer to 7:38, 8, maybe 8:39 at the latest. Just depends on what goes on. Yeah, I won't be doing it at 10. That's too late to start. So for those of you that are into the creepy stuff, join me and let's see what we can come up with it. I hope you guys got something out of this. I'm sorry it took me 2 days to do it, but there was a lot to it.
That's what I'm saying, Kim. I go to bed. Well, I lay down at 7.
We'll see what
9 or 10.
What else I can get done too. I might come right back in here to cover these other couple documents that I was looking at. Just to be done with all that.
Go have fun with date night, Alicia.
By the way, it looks like we had another plane crash into somebody's home this time. Jeez, it's crazy. Let me look at something real quick before you guys take off too. Hold on here. Where is the one moment, you guys? Do. There it is. One moment. Let me see this. Let me see it. Hold on. There it is. Yep. Okay. Cool. All right. Everything's on point. Yeah, there was a secondary version, Alicia, there was a secondary affidavit that came from Cy Ray and some other stuff that I was going to talk about. Maybe we'll see what happens. It depends on what I got going on here. I might wait till tomorrow to do that and just save it all for the whole creepy stuff tonight. We'll see. Date night. I hope you have a blast. You deserve it. Oh, the plane crash. Yeah. Where'd it go? So many plane crashes now. It's just nuts. Who dropped that for me? Uno moment. One of you guys threw that at me. Oh, I know where it came from. Here you go. I'll show you before we leave. A quick news thing.
KAT.
There you go.
ADESAOGUN. We're offering a brief update on the developing situation. First, I will have Brooklyn Park Fire Chief Sean Conway, followed by Brooklyn Park Mayor Hollis Winston.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Sean Conway, ShawnConway. I'm the fire chief here in Brooklyn Park. First, I want to begin. This is a significant incident, and so our heart goes out to everybody involved. And while we work through these difficult times, just want to share briefly on some of the specifics that we have encountered to this point. So today at approximately 12:22 p.m., the Brooklyn Park Fire Department was dispatched to an aircraft incident. On arrival, there was a large column of smoke, which our incident commander then had upgraded to house fire. Initial scene, the house was fully involved, but there was no signs of an aircraft in or around the area. As our crews worked to put out the fire, we did see debris within the structure that is aircraft debris, and we were working with additional agencies for notifications and dealing with the incident as it was developing. We do not believe there are any survivors. The residents of the home are safe. And we know that this is difficult not only for, again, the people involved, but the neighborhood. We are asking for some patience as we process the scene. So when you're in and out of the area, please be respectful to all agencies and responders while we process the scene. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mayor of Brooklyn Park, Hollis Winston.
Thank you. And thank you to our Fire Chief, Sean Conway, for an excellent job in terms of communicating. I will say, echo our Fire Chief in that, heart goes out to the family that's been affected by this. I think we're thankful that there were no casualties within the household itself. Heart goes out to, the family of the person that we think was affected in the plane. I do want to say that we have received a ton of support from surrounding communities. So Plymouth, Osseo, Fridley, their fire departments have helped give us capacity as a city in Brooklyn Park to handle what's going on. We also want to thank the Commissioner of Public Safety, the Governor, for the resources that they've been providing as well. And then we've just received a number of calls and texts from other elected officials who have said they want to, where possible, they want to support us as well. I think regarding the family that's been affected by this in their home and the community, as a city, we're going to do everything we can to wrap our arms around the folks that are affected and support them as much as possible. I will say, when our fire chief said this earlier, there is a perimeter around the area. And so we're asking people to respect that. We're also asking people to respect the work of what our public safety and first responders are doing. Lastly, again, I want to just close out by saying thank you to our first responders for all that they've done and for responding so quickly and keeping us safe in our city of Brooklyn Park. So thank you.
Okay, so as we work through this next operational period, we're not going to answer any questions at this time. We will provide more information later when it's available.
Do you know how many people are on the plane?
We do not have that information at this time.
Helicopter or plane?
We're going to provide more information as it becomes available, as other agencies, FAA, NTSB, conduct their investigation, and then we'll provide those details when it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Take care.
How long will you guys be out here tonight?
1 second. Let me get an answer to that. Oh, geez. Okay. So the short answer of all of that is we don't know, undetermined. We're still waiting on federal agencies to come in. People are coming in from other places. The FAA and then the NTSB cannot tell.
That's about it there with what we got for that. That was 29 minutes ago. So, all right, y'all. Thank you guys so much again for joining us. Mama Bear, you too, of course. Appreciate you. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day till I see you again. Don't forget to, excuse me. You ain't gonna find nothing. I ain't got nothing. So good luck. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, guys. You guys are absolutely amazing. Don't change a thing. You are the beautiful people. And again, I hope to see you guys here very soon. For those of you that I may not, have a great rest of your day. I will be here tomorrow morning for the morning show for sure. For those of you that won't come in tonight. Other than that, I'll see you guys tonight for Creepy, Unexplained, and Scary Saturday night. Well, thank you, Alice, and you as well, my dear. I appreciate you so very much. Guys, please make sure before you take off one more time to jump on over to Mama Bears, hit the like button if you have not yet done that. And please take a little smack at it over here on your way out the door. Share it out, guys, and we will see you guys very soon. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a great one, folks. God bless. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. I'll see you later.
Cases open, hearts filled with fear. These channels of beef getting on what had gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, the soldier so strong. Flex and links, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the struggles he wades. In a world of silence, he shouts their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining
I'll
through
be in
the
there in a second. Yes.
Loud and clear, true crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim's story, he pulls out the strings. A hero in the darkness, and the truth he brings. From the shadows of moments, you won't let us fall. Bringing the truth, our answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Tangle the genuine, and you always giving his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. Every bit of the story, he pulls out the strings.